Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up again!
We're in.
Shall we play a game?
How about global thermonuclear war?
Hey there, everybody. It's me, the Shy Hat, and we're doing HackerFrogs after school today. We're doing HackerFrogs free hacking. Let's talk about what we're going to be covering today. All right, so let's go over to the Reddit and take a look at the schedule. So today is Wednesday. Today is Web App Wednesday. And what are we going to be covering? So the first topic we're going to be covering is going to be Hack the Web. Hack the Web is a cybersecurity CTF game where you can solve little challenges. Hopefully they're not too difficult and not too easy. We'll see. And after that, we're going to be moving into Linux. HackerFrogs After School Linux OS Operations, session number 5. We're going to be wrapping up our time with our Linux basics, and we're going to be mostly learning about terminal text editors and some other miscellaneous functions, like how to interact with processes, all sorts of fun like that. So after that, we're going to be covering the third topic, and the third topic is going to be JWT, JSON Web Tokens. So this is a part of a lot of web applications that you can attack, and you can try to spoof cookies, which give you additional access to the application. We're going to be learning how to do that with Portswigger.net, and it's going to be a demonstration on how to hack those exercises. And the last thing we're going to be covering today is we're going to be covering some training at OLIcyber.it. This is an Italian cybersecurity education website, and we're going to be covering some web app hacking challenges over there. We're probably going to take it pretty easy over there, and we're going to be doing a lot of review of basics, and hopefully we don't get stuck on those challenges. So I see that Game Boy is here. We've been talking with Game Boy about cybersecurity stuff. Game Boy says, long time ago, I have not returned in a long time, just to refresh my memories. Okay, so we're talking about 5 days as Jason IT Solution. But yeah, we're talking to Game Boy about whether or not they participate in person cybersecurity events. If you live in a large enough city, there's probably an in-person cybersecurity event that happens, say, every month or so. And if you have access to those kind of meetups, you should certainly go and participate in them. Jason IT Solution says, I've been really sick. Sorry to hear about that. Hopefully you're feeling better now. Okay, so let's go ahead and put 60 minutes on the clock, and we'll start into our first topic. So the first topic is going to be Hack the Web, the CTF game. Okay, so if you don't have an account over at Hack the Web, you can make one over here. You'll notice that the website is in German. I guess we are very international today. So this is it's a German website, but you can switch your cookie over to the English version of the website. If for some reason you see that the website is in German, you can go over to Web Developer Tools, More Tools in your web browser, and you can change the value of the cookie, HTW Language Preferences from DE. Well, DE is Deutsch or German, and what we want is EN or English in this case. So let's go ahead and start the first challenge. And for each one of these challenges, what we want to do is, well, hold on. I'm going to turn on my music, and we'll have it going in the background. If you think the music is too loud, let me know, and I'll try to adjust the volume. Okay, so we've got a bunch of challenges on this website. If you want to do the challenges that we're doing, you can always access the challenge with these credentials over here. So the credentials, let me point them out. We'll try logging out. Okay, so it says here that connect with our community through the Discord server. If you want to try it out immediately, use the login credentials demo and HTW123. So if you don't want to create an account but you still want to participate, you just use the demo account over here. Okay, so let's go ahead and log on in. And I'm going to start a little write-up because, well, we've been recording the solutions for each one of these challenges. In cybersecurity, if you didn't document what you did, the exercises that you did, it didn't happen. So we want to document all the stuff that we're doing over on this website. Let's go ahead and create a new file on our GitHub. We'll call this one 103, and the challenge that we're doing is called background. This is the link, just in case you want to try it out live with us, let's all over here. So it's called background, and for each one of these challenges, we're just going to record a couple of things. So the URL of the challenge, we're going to cover the category this would fall under if this was in a CTF competition, and the concept we need to understand to finish the challenge. So the last thing we're going to include is the method of solving the challenge. And let's go ahead and start the challenge then. So here we are. The challenge says there are people who are just always there. You can rely on these people. This is a quality you have in common with the answer to this task. The answer has always been there. You can find them on the backside of the planet. The backside of the planet in this task. So I'm not too sure what this is referring to, but what we can do is we can take a look at the web page source. So we can just right-click, view page source, and we can start looking in the HTTP code and see if there's anything interesting here. So I think this is the header. Don't need to pay attention to this. Function go back. That's normal. Okay. The answer has always been there. You can find them on the backside of the planet in this task. Backside of the planet. Okay, so what could this be referring to? Backside of the planet. Tufacho, nice to see you here. Welcome to the stream. Okay, so the answer has always been there. You can find them on the backside of the planet. So the backside of the planet is... I don't know what they're talking about. I guess what we could do is we could try getting the headers for this task by doing a curl request. So in our, let's see, this is web app enumeration, curl, and see if we can get some additional content here. Okay, so this is this a redirection? This is a redirection. Okay. So the reason why it's a redirection, it's hidden. It's hidden? Hold on. Is there anything hidden in here? Okay, I don't see hidden as a keyword. And I don't see anything very suspicious in the code here. I guess another thing we could do is I don't know. Let's try sending the curl request with some cookies, because you don't usually get the contents of the page unless you supply some cookies. And let's go ahead and do that. So we got cookies here, connect SID, and I think there's also the language one. So we supply cookies with -b, I think. So connect SID is equal to this. We'll just copy it over, and we will also supply the language cookie. The language cookie is this one. Okay, so we have the web page. Let's just see if we got any funny cookies over here. So we got some cookies. Well, I mean, I don't see anything I don't see anything unusual here. So okay, so what is the name of the challenge? The name of the challenge is background. So background, there's something in the background. So what is the background of this website? And I guess we can, let's take a look at the source code again. Background. Title is background. Background. Okay, and there are no other references, are there? There's a CSS file, but the CSS file, it's very unlikely that the CSS file has the answer in it. But just in case, we'll take a look here. So we can see references to background colors, but I don't know what else it would be. I guess we can start taking some hints, because we do have access to hints for these challenges. So let's go ahead and take a look at some hints. Alright, so the hints are in German, but we can translate them to English. Alright, let's take a look. So the first hint is, what does the backside of the planet means? Check where the task starts. Check where the task starts. Okay, so where does the task start? So the task starts in challenge. So 103. So 103 challenge / 103. We can't go directly to the challenge directory. We can't get that. Okay, so it's got to be something else. Let's take a look at the curl request again. Okay, there might be something in the curl request that gives us a hint. So we go over to 103. 443, it's resolved. Network is unreachable. Unreachable. Okay, we do our TLS handshake over here. And is it open stream for hack.arch.de challenge 103. Okay, so the user agent, we got the path, we got the rest of the stuff. Okay, so this is a 200 OK. It doesn't redirect us anywhere. At least I don't think it does. Okay, let's take a look at the rest of the code. Profile, logout. Background. Okay, Game Boy says ID challenge form, challenge answer, text name answer. Yeah, that's the button that submits your answer, but I'm not too sure what it refers to. Find them on the backside of the planet in this task. Backside of the planet. Planet? Maybe we need to go /planet. There's no planet. Okay, let's get another hint. So what's the second hint? The second hint is this. Let's translate it. I see Garnitz, that's what is written. So if you ignore the objects that are in the way, there are also something you can read without a magnifying glass. However, the solution will be seen beforehand. Magnifying glass. So do we increase the size of the web page? I mean, I don't know if this shows us anything. Oh, the post request. The post request. Let's take a look. Post request. Challenge answer. That's a 1-on-1 match. Post. Post ID, challenge answer, type text, name answer. Name answer. I mean, what about this then? Well, I mean, we could take a look at this in Burp Suite and see what exactly happens when you try to submit an answer here. Just a second, everybody. I never thought I would be using Burp Suite on Hack the Web, but here we are. Here we are. Okay, so I will get... After this starts up, we will open up the Burp Suite browser. Proxy, open browser. Okay, paste in the challenge. They want us to log in, probably. I guess we could just use the demo account for this. Demo HTW123. Okay, and we're trying to go to challenge 103. Okay, and then what are we doing? So we're just going to do test over here. Test is wrong, right? Let's go over to the HTTP history, and we'll go to the post request. So answer equals test. Okay, so answer equals test, that's not correct. And what did we see in... in here? Post... challenge answer. So ID equals challenge answer, but it's not the same. It's not the same as what we have in Burp Suite here. So it's answer equals test. So what we can do is we can go ahead and send this post request inside of curl. So xpost and data. Data is challenge, what is it? Challenge answer? Challenge underscore answer. Challenge underscore answer equals test. We'll send it off. And do we get anything back? Form autocomplete off. Method post ID equals challenge form. Challenge form. Challenge form? Thank you very much for following mtrio TV. Thank you. Okay, so what are we doing here? Method equals post, ID equals challenge form. ID equals challenge answer, type text, name answer. Name answer. Maybe we should supply the name. Challenge answer equals answer. Okay, what do we got here? Is it hanging up on us? Well, I mean, we sent it off, but for some reason... Okay, let's get the last hint from the challenge. Last hint is this. Translate to English. So I've been sitting on this task for several days now. Is it something meant with the background of the CSS of the website, or how can one understand that? In HTML, you will find a secret text between starry sky and planets. In HTML, you will find a secret text between starry sky and planets. Starry sky, planets. Where are those? Planets. Okay, so Game Boy, did you finish the task already? Because I'm not too sure what's going on here. Are we looking at the CSS? Starry sky. There's no starry sky in here. There's no planet here either. So I'm really not sure what they're looking for here. There's a quality you have in common with the answer to this task. The answer has always been there. So what has always been there? You can find them on the back side of the planet in this task. Okay, so the second hint had an interesting answer, I think. Let's go ahead and copy it. We'll go over to the Google Translate. We'll translate from German. I don't see anything written there at all. Well, if you hide the objects that are in the way, there's something there that you can read without a magnifying glass. However, you will see the solution beforehand. Okay. Ryshine says, dropping in to say, popping out because of today's math exam. Take care of your classes, Ryshine. Okay, so let's go ahead and see what loads in when you load up the web page. So you got background over here. Let's take a look at the web developer tools, and let's go over to the network. So in the network, we'll reload the page, see if anything's loaded up. So, So 103 is the document. We got font CSS, darkly min CSS, and we got favicon. I don't see anything else. Raishan asked, did you study calculus and math? No, I didn't study advanced math in high school, so I'm not really too sure about calculus. Aside from calculus you see in everyday life, I don't think you see very much calculus in everyday life. VND Microsoft, so this is a favicon HTML document, HTML stuff. Darkly min CSS gets cached, okay. What if we inspect the web page? So inspect. Okay, let's take a look at some of the challenge form. Let's make that nice and big. Tuvatro says, I canceled my Try Hack Me premium sub because of their new AI user data collection. Try Hack Me does AI user data collection? Can you opt out? Ryshine, hey, good luck out there. You know what? Let's give you a Nyancat for good luck. But yeah, I didn't know that TryHackMe had AI user data collection. Is it able to? Are you able to opt out, or is it always opt in, or is it automatic? Okay, so let's see. We got another form here. Challenge answer, text name answer. Yeah, I don't know. We might have to give up on this task and go to the next challenge because we're not making any progress here. Special good luck charm. Favorite Twitch streamer. Thank you. Thank you very much, Ryshine. Hope you have a good class. We will see you. Yeah, hope you do well on your test. Got some style. Yeah, I'm not too sure what's going on with this challenge. Aside from, can we do some directory busting? This might be directory busting. So we can go over to our web app enumeration. We could do some GoBuster. I don't like running GoBuster on this website, but maybe that's what we need to do. Okay, and we'll just see what happens. Okay, it's not super fast, but we're GoBusting. We'll leave this in the background. We'll go to another challenge. So let's see. We got a new file. This is definitely web app stuff. And concept, we do not know what the concept is. Method to solve, we also don't know. Let's commit this. We'll come back to this later, but in the meantime, we'll go to another challenge. Okay, so what's the next challenge on the block? So background, SQL tutorial. We should be able to do this. We know about SQL stuff. Okay, this is challenge number 98. Let's start up the write-up for this as well. 098 SQL tutorial. And thank you very much for the follow, Flugy FPS. Thank you. Okay. So the URL of the challenge is this. The category, we don't know it yet. Actually, we do know what this is. This is definitely web app stuff. So web app hacking, and the concept is going to be SQL language. Method to solve probably has to do something with SQL. Okay, let's go and look at the challenge. So the challenge is over here. I'll provide everybody a link. If you want to take part on the website, you can use these credentials to log in. So username demo, password HTW123. Okay, so what's this? SQL tutorial. It's great to take on new challenges, learn new things. This task is about SQL. To support you, I built a mini tutorial. We look at the table's secret with the columns key and value. You can try out your request directly, enter various inputs for the key and try to see the result. Try with apple, tangerine, and watermelon. Okay, so where key equals apple. Okay, we can execute the SQL statements. Apple, my first journal was what? Okay, we can try it with tangerine. Tangerine, I'm born on a Saturday. Okay, and we can try watermelon. I have a fear of heights. Is this supposed to be some sort of riddle? Hold on. Okay, let's take a little break, because we got ads running on Twitch. Let's go ahead and hang out with the birds. This is the video where the birds shake the peanuts. Okay, we'll be back in about 60 seconds, everybody. So if anybody's wondering, this is a Stellar's jay. It is a type of blue jay that we have on the west coast where I live in North America. Anyways, let's put the birds away. Let's get back to the hacking. Okay, so it says another entry with the answer is stored in the database. The key to this is not known. This should keep the secret safe. So, I mean, Is the key secret? Okay, so there's nothing. So select star from secret where key equals. We want to get everything. So if we want to get everything from the secret table, where key equals, can we just do it blank? Nope. Well, columns key and value. Samuel says he can't that. He can't that. Samuel, hello, nice to see you here. Okay, so key equals safe. Safe? Hardware pirate, hello, nice to see you here. The secret's safe. It's not safe in this case. We could take a look at where key equals or where key equals blank or 1 equals 1 double dash. Okay, well we use this payload here to see everything. All right, so absolutely sure that key that no one else will guess. The answer is, what was it? Beringer. I don't know how to pronounce German. If I screw this up, I'm sorry. Okay, so we basically used a SQL bypass injection payload to get the answer. So when we give this statement here, it's going to match with everything because it is because this is true. Pebble says, Pebble, hey, yeah, you had the same idea. You had the same idea, Pebble. Hello, nice to see you here. Everybody, if you don't know Pebble, Pebble is another information security Twitch streamer, and let's give Pebble a shout out. Pebble is also a new employee for a pen testing company. He's learning about web app pen testing. He's learning about network pen testing. He does all that stuff, and I'm sure he's learning a lot of stuff at his job. He also does advanced CTF challenges. So if you're interested in watching advanced CTF challenges, his channel should be right up your alley. Okay, so let's go ahead and supply the answer. And then after we supply the answer, we can do our little write-up. Okay, this is correct. And let's do the write-up. Whoa, what am I looking at? Okay, the method of solving the challenge. The challenge has us filling out SQL statements. We can see everything in the table by supplying the SQL auth bypass payload, which is, what was it? Or 1 equals 1 double dash like this. Okay, the answer is, was it Beringer? Something something? There you go. Silas Roger says, when I first started watching you, I was a straight noob. Now I'm much better and can hack lots of things, mostly websites. Yeah, well, I mean, we're gonna be covering a lot of web app stuff today. And you know what, Silas Roger, if you're interested, we're gonna be covering this website later on today. It's training.olicyber.it. So the website is in Italian, but if you know how to work some Google Translate, you can get around the Italian pretty easily. You can translate it to English. And it's a really, really big CTF website. And there's all sorts of great stuff over there. And GhostSec. I don't know GhostSec. And Endoxidev. Hello, nice to see you here. Panko says, pulling the training links out of nowhere like a magician. Well, I mean, these are the sites that I use. And I'm happy to share the sites that I use with everybody else. Okay, let's do the next challenge. Where are we? So hack the web. The next one is TikTok. TikTok. All right. Let's. So to anybody who wants to solve the challenges, he used to be Obscure Scripts. And Panako, hey, how was your stream earlier? I'm afraid I didn't catch the end of your stream, but I'm sure you were having all sorts of crazy fun. Oh, and you know what? Panako also does live streams. They do hacking stuff. I don't know if I can do a shout out right now. There you go. Shout out to Panako. If you're not following her, go ahead and follow her channel. Okay, so this one is in German. Let's switch it over to English. Wait, just a second, everybody. Web developer tools, and we'll go over to storage. We'll change the language from German to English. I really hope I don't have to go to TikTok. How about Portswigger? Yeah, we're actually going to be covering Portswigger today. And everybody, if you want to get a sneak peek on what we're going to be demoing today, this is the page on Portswigger. We're going to be talking about JWT attacks. Okay, so let's try solving the challenge. Okay, let's do a little write-up. So this one is 0986. 096. It's called TikTok. Okay. Okay, what's the URL for the challenge? It is this. Well, no, it's not that. Hold on. Okay, the category, I don't know. The concept for the challenge, we don't know. And the method of solve. Okay, Who Am I says, thanks a lot. Can you please share knowledge regarding burp? I don't know how to use it, please. Yeah, I mean, we're going to be talking about Burp Suite later on today. Check back here and let's see, how many? In 90 minutes. In 90 minutes, we're going to be doing this stuff with Burp Suite. We're going to be talking about the JWT attacks. So Who Am I? Come back in 90 minutes. We're going to be talking about that stuff later. Okay, let's take a look at the TikTok challenge. So did you accomplish something today that you're proud of? Congratulations. And if it's not so bad. Tomorrow is also a day. Now it's time to relax a little and be entertained, for example, with videos from this person on TikTok. You want a challenge? Okay, here's your task. Scroll down to the first video. What is the description? 4 words, no hashtags. I'm gonna have to go to TikTok, huh? Alright, so everybody, this is the user that they were talking about here. Let's go over to TikTok. TikTok.com, and then this user. Okay, and what are we supposed to... What is this? Who... What? Alright. So what we're supposed to do is what? Scroll down to the first video. What is the description? Okay, so I guess we just scroll down to the first video. There's... How many videos is this? Is there, like, a programmatic way of doing this? Because it might take a really long time to scroll all the way to the bottom. She was a redhead before? She was blonde, now... But she was a redhead, now she's blonde? Is there an easy way to scroll down to the bottom? If you know, and if you're in chat and you know how to scroll down to the bottom easily... Can we pull this person's TikTok feed without being logged in? Can we do it with curl? Because it seems like they've got a lot of videos. iDoor to the first one. Oh, okay. Ah, well, I mean, it looks like each video ID is kind of... Nick CCS has just subscribed on Twitch. Thank you very much. Subscribed for 3 months in a row. Awesome. Thank you very much. Rip can't IDOR to it. Not in this case. The IDs aren't exactly sequential. Okay, you know what? Let's ask the AI. Let's see. Let's try asking Claude AI if there's an easy way to go to a user's first video on TikTok. And hey, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Nixie CS. Let's give you a special redeem. How about some frog song? Okay, let's ask the question. I want to go to a TikTok user's first video. Is there an easy way to do that? Okay, so there's a few ways to find a TikTok user's first video. TikTok doesn't have a built-in sort by oldest feature like at some other platforms. So scroll to the bottom of their profile. Go to their profile by scrolling down. Okay, sure. Use the date filter trick. On their profile, you can sometimes use TikTok's search within their videos and look for videos from specific time periods. Third-party tools, manual date checking. Is there a search function in here? I don't know if there is. Hold on, let me scroll up to the top. So if we scroll up to the top, man, there's a button. There's a button? Okay, so latest, popular, oldest, okay. So if we just click on oldest, then the first video should be the oldest one, right? Okay, we click on the video. Hold on. How do we pause this thing? Okay. My jobless freeloading. Okay, my jobless freeloading, sure. Alright, this is the description, so we just supply this as the answer. Alright. Is this correct? It is correct. Awesome. Okay, done. Great. Man. Hello, nice to see you. Shota Fujimori, thank you. Welcome to the stream. And let's give you a fun video redeem. How about some Hack the Planet?
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get it!
Okay, so let's talk about how we solved that challenge. Here. Okay, so the category, this is an OSINT challenge? I guess we could call this an OSINT challenge. The concept is navigating videos, navigating lists of videos in TikTok. Okay. And let's see, the method of solve. So go to the specific user's TikTok page, and I guess we can supply the TikTok page in question. It is here. Okay, and what do we do after that? And then we click on the oldest filter. Click on the first video. The answer is, what was that answer? Jobless freeloading. Okay. Okay, Who Am I says, what about if we can't find this button filter? Any other methods to solve it, or is this a built-in? Is it a built-in feature in TikTok? Yeah, this is it's built into TikTok, so this is probably the intended method of solving the challenge. Okay, let's go ahead and finish off the write-up. and let's move on to the next challenge. Okay, done. We got TikTok SQL tutorial done. Oracle, we didn't manage to finish that one, but we got Progress Bar 2. So what is Progress Bar 2? Let's take a look. So if anybody who wants to take a look here, it is challenge 44. So this is probably some sort of web app hacking stuff. It looks like it anyways. Let's start up our write-up first, and then we'll solve the challenge. So this is 044, loading bar 2. Okay. This is the URL. The category is web app hacking. The concept is probably going to be reverse engineering. JavaScript. It's probably going to be some JavaScript notification. And the method of solve, we don't know it yet. Okay, let's solve the challenge. So Progress Bar 2. Oh, no, it's called Progress Bar 2. Okay, let's take a look. So the smarter one gives in. The smarter one gives in, and you have no problem giving in if it definitely doesn't go any further. This loading bar takes a very long time. Will you wait it out until the end or find another solution? So we see that the loading bar is being... Is this base64 encoded information? I'm not too sure what the encoding scheme is here. We can probably look this up. So 111 out of a very, very big number. Let's take a look at the page source. So we have the page source here. Oh, here we go. Okay. Is that base64? Constant string, constant steps. Okay, so hold on. So let's copy that. Let's see if we can base64 encode it. Don't think we need to take a look at this. Let's see, echo out this, and then pipe it into base64 decode. So this is not base64. Is it base32? No, it's not base32 either. So I'm not too sure what encoding scheme this might be. Although I guess if we got our string, we can just ask the AI. It might be able to identify it for us. Okay, so what encoding scheme could this string be in? Okay. So Game Boy still thinks that this is base64. Okay, so how many characters is it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 13, 14. So if it's 14, then for base64 we need to add a couple more equal signs. I don't think this is... Oh, you're still doing challenge 103. Okay. We're not working on that. Okay, here are the likely encoding schemes. So Caesar cipher. Caesar cipher? I don't think it would be Caesar cipher. Although I guess we could also take a look at, what is it, CyberChef. So CyberChef can sometimes probably view source code JS if it helps any. Yeah, I mean, we do have the JS. Let's get some magic and see if we can work any magic on it. Okay, well, intensive mode. Okay, well, I mean, we have the JavaScript that's being run here. This is the script. So I don't read JavaScript. So we're just gonna highlight all this. Where's the end of the script? The end of the script is here. Okay, so if anybody wants to see exactly what we're doing over here, I'll put this up on Pastebin. Okay, new paste. Create the paste. Oh, we have to prove we're human. Gotta prove we're human. Okay, so we'll try pasting again. Actually, no, wait, this is the paste. Alright, so if you want to take a look, Helpful Husky, nice to see you here. Okay, so, alright, before we ask the AI to help us, because we can't always be running to the AI, we'll try to figure it out ourselves. Whoops, that's not the code. The code is here. We'll try to figure it out ourselves. So we know what the script does. It basically counts down. So constant string, constant steps equals, what is it, 10,000, 100,000? That's 1,000. That's 100,000. Oh, interesting. Okay, so I mean it's just counting down. I guess what we need to do is we need to guess what the final countdown is. But the thing is we can't. Oh, well, we can start messing around with this? Huh. That's funny. Wait. What happens if we just paste this in? What challenge is this? This is challenge number 44? Challenge number 44, it's called Progress Bar 2. Okay, so we have our string. Let's highlight this. Let's paste in. Wait. Can we? Do we advance this just by typing? Does that mean if we just spaz out on the keyboard? Well, I mean, this still isn't very fast. I'm spazzing out on the keyboard, and it is advancing the timer, but probably need to do a console command. So yeah, I mean, we probably need to do a console command. I mean, I could spaz out on the keyboard for a couple of minutes, but this is not the way you're supposed to solve this challenge. We've got the code. Let's just feed it into the AI. Maybe it can help us out. Speed up the time. Speed up the time. How do we advance the time? Just a second. Let's try Claude over here. Want to solve the challenge with the slow loading bar. Here is the JavaScript. Open the element and change it. Open the element and change it. So, okay, so we can inspect the element on the page. Okay, we don't need this person anymore. Okay, inspect the element, or we can just so ID status. So the ID status here is constantly being updated. We've got this string over here that I'm gonna assume either means 100,000 or it means 0. We'll find out in just a second. Okay, you wanted to do a while true loop on work true rather than the on key down, I would say. Okay, so work and then window on key down. Okay, so work is no timeout. So bar width equals 100. So function work. So just work true. Can you console command this? Console. Undefined. Am I doing this wrong? Oh. This is JavaScript, so you have to... So it says undefined. Can we paste in... The other thing I was thinking was just replace the value over here with this. In the inspector. Gotta be an easy way to do this. Okay, so let's see. How do we run this inside of the console? Isn't the string the starting value? Well, if it's the starting value, then it's no good to us. Okay, let's just grab the code one more time. Maybe we can just ask for the console command we're supposed to run. Okay, so what the code does, starts a string, runs 100,000 steps of decryption. Okay, each step advances the letter by 1. The loading bar slows up slowly. Okay, you can speed it up by pressing any key. The cipher is a Caesar script with multiple rotations per character. Okay, this gives us loading screen. Loading screen? The challenge is asking you to either wait for the slow loading bar to complete, or press any key to speed through all the iterations instantly to reveal... Press any key to speed through all of the iterations instantly to reveal the decoded message. So, ask you how you would change a value and how you would view a value. Okay, just a second. We've got ads running on Twitch. We'll be back in 60 seconds. Just need to put on some birds. Where are my birds? Okay, so 60-second break starting now. So this is a what kind of bird is this? This is probably a house finch. It's not a sparrow. They've got there's a lot of these little brown there's a lot of these little brown birds. But this guy's having the time of his life. Actually, this is probably a female. And that's a house sparrow. Okay, let's put the birds away. Let's get back to the hacking. Okay, Hacka says, why not just read the client side code, JavaScript? Yeah. So we can load in loading screen over here. We've got the JavaScript over here. We just read it. Wait, so can we just hold down the key? So we know that pressing a key will increase the timer here. Can we just hold down the key? I mean, holding down the key it's certainly a lot faster than waiting, but it's still pretty slow. And I think we'd have to wait a long time to get this to go. Can you hold down multiple? If you hold down multiple keys at the same time, it still goes at the same speed. So try this in console. Console.log steps. Is there a timeout between the loops? Okay, let's try the console command. What MC25 is suggesting. Okay, so let's go to... Okay, so we got the console here. Console. Steps is... Okay, so that's the value. It's 100,000. Can we change this? So the other thing that we're thinking of doing is running the work function. Okay, so how would we run the work function in the browser console? MC25, if we had to smash keys till 10k, what if we made it only 10 steps? Okay, to run the work function in the browser console, you have a few options. The function is already defined on the page, work true. The true parameter tells it to run without the timeout, so it will process all the steps instantly. So what do we need to do? So simplest approach, just try work true, and if the function is already loaded, this should work immediately. So, I mean, I think we've already tried this. So in the console, work true. Is it with a capital T? Nope. I'm not too sure why it doesn't work. Okay, FunkyG says, it looks like it increments the value from the HTML. Maybe you could set the inner HTML value to from the console using the same select function the script is using. So, steps. Can we change the value of steps? Let's try this one last thing. The constant steps. Can we use the console to change the value of the constant steps? It is steps, right? Yeah. Or change set timeout work 1000 to like set timeout work 1. Okay, the const declaration is immutably binding, so okay. So the step variable, unlike steps, can be modified if it's declared with the let. But Helpful Huxley says change set timeout work 1000 to like set timeout work 1. Can we run the function? Set timeout work 1. Well, I mean, we don't necessarily need to ask, we can just try it out, but we can ask as well. Okay, so here in the console, Intercept it with burp and edit the JS before it gets to the browser. Okay, so you can run set timeout work 1 in the browser console. This would call the work function just 1 millisecond instead of the original 1000 milliseconds. Okay, so set timeout work 1 starts the work function with a 1 millisecond delay. Okay, so let's see. Okay, it is going much faster. So what happens if, well, I mean, this is still not... Can we set the... Yeah, but we're still waiting for 100,000 seconds. Undefined. Wait, so the code, in the code it's... What is it? Jump ahead in the original function. So step minus equals minus 1000 changes how many iterations are left. Work true. Okay, everybody, we have to stop because we've got a schedule to stick to. Although I guess we need to come back to this. We'll come back to this next week, and we'll see if we can solve this one. But if you have a solution for this, maybe you can let us know later on in the stream. But we've got to switch over to the next topic. The next topic is topic number 2. Topic 2 is here. Topic 3 is on deck. Okay, so we're going to be doing the last session for Linux OS operations. Hacka says, does the source mention what variable holds the current steps? Try adding that, or is the objective to defeat the progress bar? What variable holds the current steps? So the current steps is... Step equals minus steps. Oh, this is done with... Oh, you know what? We could probably set step to... So let step equals 100,000. Let's try that real quick. Okay. Where's my console? Okay, console here. Let's step. Redeclaration of let step. Step equals... Okay, done. Wait. It didn't give me the answer. Is this the answer? This is not it. Okay. Okay, let's try step equals 100,000. I mean, it fills up the bar, and it doesn't go anymore, but it doesn't give us the answer. Does source mention what... Okay, okay. Without let. Got it. Anyways, we can't spend any more time on this. We'll come back to this later. All right, let's do the next lesson for HackerFrogs After School. Let's put 60 minutes on the clock. We will begin, and let's... I'll just commit these changes for now. Okay, this is session number 5. Gameboy says I finished it. Let us know how you finished it. Maybe reduce the number and then let the tick finish it. Oh, you know, maybe we'll go 9999. Just a second. We'll try that out. Reload the page. It looks like setting the step to anything, it stops the program. Anyways, okay. Well, we're definitely doing HackerFrogs after school now. Okay, everybody, let's begin. HackerFrogs after school Linux Basics Part 5 wrap up. So let's go ahead and start the lesson. So what did we learn in the previous workshop? Hey there, HackerFrogs. This is the 5th Intro to Linux OS Operations workshop. In the previous workshop, we learned about the following Linux commands. So we are learning about Linux. We learned about the help flag. It's very useful for learning about any command that you're using. So it's usually the command and then -- help. It'll tell you about what command you're running. The cp command will copy files. So cp and then the name of the file, and then the destination where you want to send the file. Move is the same as copy, except that the file doesn't stay in the current directory. After you move it, it's going to be moved and not copied. So Linux file permissions. So each file in a Linux file system has different read, write, and execute permissions depending on whether a user is 1, the file owner, 2, part of the same group, or 3, any other user. So in this case, we can see that the file owner is root, and the group is root, and they've got read, write, and execute permissions in all of those categories. So anybody can read, write, and execute these files. We learned about noteworthy Linux file directories. So the etc directory is where system files and passwords are stored, the var directory where log files and database files are stored, root, temp, and home. These are all very important directories inside of Linux. Okay, so let's access a Linux console. So we're going to be accessing a web-based Linux console for educational needs at the following URL. So we're going to be using the Bellard Linux, JS Linux. So JS Linux is over here. And this is a very useful web-based Linux console that you can use when you're practicing how to use Linux. So even if you don't have very much technical know-how, you can still use this console here to practice using Linux. You can list out the files, you can see what's in the current directory, what directory it is, you can read files, all that good stuff. Okay, let's go ahead and start the lesson. So we're going to be talking about terminal text editors. So people who know Linux have a lot of opinions about terminal text editors. So from time to time, we're going to need to write new files or modify existing ones. To do so, we're going to be using Linux text editors, and the first one we're going to be learning is we're going to be learning about Nano. We're also going to be learning a little bit about the Vim text editor. Two commonly installed text editors on Linux systems are Nano and Vim. So the Nano text editor is more straightforward and user-friendly of the two text editors. So we can practice using the Nano text editor in JS Linux over here. So just type in the word Nano to start the text editor. If you want to start the text editor while editing a specific file, you can just do Nano and then the name of the file that you want to edit. So Nano, let's do test.txt. And then that'll start up the text editor. But just for my console, because I'm using Linux already, I'll just Nano. This is a little bit easier to see for everybody else. So this is the Nano text editor here. So it's very easy to get a handle on. You can press the Enter key. You can start typing in text. I am typing text in the Nano text editor. So Jason IT Solutions asks, what challenge are you working on? We're not necessarily working on a challenge right now. I think we do have a challenge later on today. Let me take a look. We're going to be doing the big zip challenge later on today, but yeah, right now we're just working inside of a Linux console to get used to some of the features. So I'm typing text in the Nano text editor. So you've got a number of shortcuts you can do inside the text editor here. You can basically type whatever you want, forever. So we've got help each. So this symbol right here, the caret, this stands for control, the control key on your keyboard. So inside of Nano, you can do Control X to exit. You can do Control C to change location, execute. Most of these commands I don't use. You can do cut and paste with Control K and paste with Control U. So for example, we can cut this line. We can do Control U to paste in the line. And to save the file and exit, it's Control X. So do Control X on your keyboard. It'll ask you if you want to save the modified buffer, which is basically the file. The answer is yes. And they're going to ask you what file name to use. So in this case, we can just press enter because we've already got our file name here. Okay, so now we've created a file called test.txt, and it's got the contents of whatever we typed into the Nano text editor. So Nano is pretty straightforward. It's a text editor that I teach to new students, and it's the text editor that I use most of the time because I never really taught myself how to use the Vim text editor, but occasionally you will have to use the Vim text editor. We'll talk about how to use it in just a sec. Okay. This is not what we're supposed to be looking at. Okay, text editor, Nano text editor. So the other text editor that you're going to encounter very commonly on Linux systems is the Vim text editor. So in the Vim text editor, before you can type anything, you have to type the letter I. To save a file, you have to hit the escape button and then type :WQ. So Vim is a more complicated text editor, but it is favored by Linux power users who can make use of its advanced features. So Hardware Pirate says, the tutor in Vim is rather helpful to understand Vim motions. I didn't know that there was a tutorial inside the Vim text editor. Hardware Pirate says, :Q exclamation point. Well, yeah, that's going to quit you out of Vim. But if you want to save the file, you would do the W as well. So on older systems, both Vim and Nano may be absent, but Vim's predecessor, Vi, may be present. Its basic functions are very similar to Vim. But before we talk about that, let's go into Vim. Vim Adventures, Panacopanco. I've seen that before. I have seen that before. If you want to learn about Vim, you can learn about it. Oh, let me copy that. VimAdventures.com. Learn Vim while playing a game. Press any key to start. Okay, well, we're not going to be covering this necessarily today. Anyways, VS Code to rule them out. People are very passionate about which IDEs and text editors they use. I don't. I really don't have much of an opinion on that. Okay, so this is how you use Vim. So if you want to start up the Vim text editor, you just type in Vim. You can type in the name of the file that you want to edit. So Vim space test.txt, for example. Panacopanco says, Tuxpate, my beloved, of course. Okay, so we've got our file over here, and we can't keep in mind that we can't edit the file right now because we're not in insert mode. Before you can start editing the file, you have to type I into the Vim text editor. So I, we can see that the mode is changed over here. It is now insert mode. So when you're in insert mode, you can start typing into the file. I am not using Nano, but I am using Vim. Okay, and when you're finished typing in whatever you want to type in, Hacka says even Google has opinion D. If you Google Vi, it suggests Emacs and vice versa. If you type in Vi, if you Google Vi, it suggests Emacs. Really? Hold on. Okay, so Emacs. Did you mean Vim? Okay, and if you type Vim, did you mean Emacs? That's... You opened up Pandora's box with this one. Yup, sure did. Anyways, these are... so text editor wars inside of the Linux community is real. There are some people who are very into Vim or very into Emacs as a text editor. I prefer to use Nano. Anyways, I'm not using Nano, but I am using Vim. So if we want to save the file, we need to get out of insert mode. To get out of insert mode, you have to hit escape on your keyboard, and you're going to see that you're no longer in insert mode. So from here you can give a bunch of commands. For example, you can do colon and then give a command. So down here. So I'll do W to write the file, and that writes the file. So it says test.txt written, okay? And then we can also quit out of the program. So it's going to be colon Q and then hit the enter key, and that'll let you exit from Vim. Hardware Pirate says tutor. I mean, I haven't done this before, but I guess we'll try it out. So colon tutor. Welcome to the Vim Tutor, Chapter 1. Vim is a very powerful editor, has many commands, too many to explain in a tutor such as this. Lesson 0. Wow. I do believe that Vim is a very powerful text editor, but I don't think I'll ever use Vim. I don't think I'll ever use Vim. Hardware Pirate says it takes like 30 minutes and it's worthwhile. I mean, I think for teaching beginners how to use text editors in Linux, you probably want to stick to something very simple like Nano. But if you're willing to learn an advanced text editor, then Vim is probably a good choice. Panakopanko says you'll never make me do it. You know, Panakopanko, you should probably add a redeem to your channel that's learn Vim for 30 minutes, and you can set it up to cost channel points, something like 10,000 channel points. You monster. Well, let's quit out of this. All right. So remember, everybody, to get into Vim, just give the Vim command. If you want to type into your text file here, type I to go into insert mode, and then type in whatever you want. I am in insert mode, and I am typing. Okay, after you're done, get out of insert mode by hitting the escape key on your keyboard, and then type colon W to save the file, to write the file, and then colon Q to quit. Hacka says Panko in reading. Panko can read. She knows her letters. You can't really do hacking if you're illiterate. Anyways, let's move on. So we're not just talking about text editors today. So the Vi text editor, right? So if you on older systems, Vim and Nano might be gone. They might not be there, but you might have Vi. So on most systems, you can also Vi. So Vi it's pretty similar to Vim. You have to type I to go into insert mode. I am using Vi, which is the earlier version of Vim. Okay, and then to get out of insert mode, escape, colon W, colon Q. Okay. Panakopanko says, I added it. That's great. That's great. So the coolest thing about Panakopanko's stream is that She has all sorts of really wacky redeems on her channel, and she has a very good sense of humor. Okay, what are we doing next? Okay, downloading files with wget. We've actually done this quite a bit, but downloading public files is very, very easy with Linux. We just need to use the wget command. All we need to do is have a link to the file. So if we go over to our favorite website, google.com, and on google.com there's a robots.txt file, which is a very large file of what search engine robots are allowed and not allowed to download. If we've got this link, we can download it with the wget command. So you just type in wget and then paste in the file address, hit enter, and then you will download the file. It is very, very easy. So now we got robots.txt, it is here. So it's just wget and then space and then the file address. Easy peasy. Okay, the next thing is we're going to be talking about managing processes. Most of the time you don't need to worry too much about processes. Processes are basically running programs on your system. So ongoing programs running in Linux are called processes, and the current processes on the system can be retrieved using the ps command. So if we go over to here and we list the running processes, so it'll just say that sh and ps, these are the running processes. Sh is the name of our shell. Is this an sh shell? I guess it is an sh shell. And ps is the command that we're running right now. So we only see 2 running processes, but this is not all the processes that are running on the system. So let's talk a little bit more about this. So if you want to see all of the processes on the system, you also need to give a modifier to the ps command. So it's psaux to see all of the running processes. So here are all of the running processes. Most of them are being run by the root user. You can see the process ID, how much CPU, what percentage of the CPU is being used, what percentage of the memory is being used, and the actual long form command over here. And when we're dealing with processes, this PID is actually very important. If we want to interact with the processes, we need to know what its process ID is. So the other thing we can do with processes is we can kill them. If we know the PID of a process, we can remove it with the kill command. So we just type in kill and then the process ID number, and that will kill the process. So for example, if we've got a very long command, so we're going to run the find command on the entire file system looking for name HackerFrogs. Okay, so if we run that command, we will see that that command is running with the process ID of 147. If we want to kill the process, we would just type in kill 147. And then the process is no longer there because we terminated it with the kill command. Okay. All right, next. So checking if a program exists, the which command. So this is very, very useful, especially when you're enumerating a new system to figure out what programs are installed. So the which command can be used to check where a program is located. If there's no output, it's possible that this program is not installed. So for example, we could try looking for different versions of Python inside of our JS Linux here. So if we just type in which Python, it'll tell us the file path for the Python program. So this is an easy way to determine if a particular program is installed. So if we do which bash for which bash shell, or which cat for where the cat command is located, it'll tell us where the binaries are located. Finira Mo says, hello, I just downloaded Fedora and I'm super scared. I feel I don't understand most of the things it enables me to do there. Fedora Linux? I mean, Fedora is a pretty popular distribution of Linux. You don't need to be... Excuse me. Just need to have a little bit of water. We'll be back in about 20 seconds. Okay, so Hacka says, which works only if the binary exists on the path. That is absolutely correct. So, I mean, it's not exactly anything we're talking about today, but there's a path variable inside of Linux. It's basically where the Linux system looks for executable commands. So it'll look, for example, on this system, it'll look for executable binaries in the user local sbin directory first, and then in the bin directory, and then in the sbin directory, and then in the user bin directory, and then user sbin, and then user local sbin. So when you're checking to see if these programs are installed with the which command, it'll check if it is inside the path. If it's not inside the path, then it's very likely that these programs are not installed. But it does give you a good indication as to whether or not you can run these commands from the console. Okay, let's talk about the next thing. So installing new programs. We're not necessarily going to be installing new programs. Well, I guess we could. So although different Linux distributions use different methods of installing programs, Debian-based distributions like Ubuntu and Kali Linux use the apt program to install new programs. So usually, I can't speak to other Linux distributions, but if you want to install something on your Kali Linux system, for example, which uses Debian, you would do apt install and then the name of the program. So if that program is part of the packages for that distribution of Linux, you should be able to install it without any. Hopefully, you can install it without any big problems, but sometimes there are problems. Okay, so next we'll talk about some networking commands. So networking commands, well, I mean, if you're using a computer and it's not connected to the network, it's not a very functional computer. But there's a bunch of different networking commands that we commonly use when we're using Linux. For example, ifconfig. So the ifconfig command is going to be used to return networking information for the system, including its IP address and MAC address. So let's go ahead and try that now. And Jason IT Solutions says, talk about Tor. I don't think Tor is in scope for this particular lesson, but Tor is basically what is Tor again? Tor is an encryption method? No. What is it again? The onion router, right? It's a router, yeah. So it's a routing protocol that lets you access other resources on another network, and the other network is commonly referred to as the dark web or the deep web. Okay, let me Google it real quick. What is Tor? The onion router, free open source software, and a global network of volunteer-operated servers that enable anonymous communication of online traffic by masking IP addresses, etc. Okay, anyways, we were talking about Linux stuff. Let's go over here. Alright, so I'll use my own system because it's a little bit easier to see. So if we give the ifconfig command, so ifconfig is an older command that gives you your networking configuration. So in the ifconfig output here, it'll tell you about your different networking devices, or your networking interfaces rather. So there's a bunch of different networking interfaces on this machine here. So there's the Docker 0 interface, there's the ETH0, so ETH stands for Ethernet. So there's ETH0, there's ETH1, there's LO, I think LO is for the loopback interface. But for example, on the ETH0 interface, we've got an internet address of this. So this is the this machine's IP address on this interface. So it'll also tell you your MAC address. Yeah, so the MAC address is this one over here. It is a what are these called? This is a IPv6. No. This is not IPv6. This is a hexadecimal address that is for this particular networking interface. Okay, let me change out my music just a second. Here we go. But yeah, so the ifconfig command will give you all of this information here. But a more common command we use these days is IP for getting the networking information. So IPA is going to get you the same kind of information here as the ifconfig command, and the information is pretty similar between using IPA and ifconfig, but this is how you get your own machine's networking information. Thank you very much for following Ini Jason. Hello, nice to see you here. Welcome to the stream. Okay, so ifconfig. There's also creating a simple HTTP server. So we can use Python to serve files to the internet with the simple HTTP server module, although it should be confined to local network use. But when we're learning about how to use Linux, it is a very useful little module to use. So we just give the command python-m http.server. So let's go ahead and try that. So python-m http server. So when we give this command by default, it'll set up an HTTP server that we can see on the internet at HTTP, well, all interfaces 8000. So this is the networking port that we're accessing. So if we copy this link and then go over to our web browser, paste it in. Message file not found. Nothing matches the given URI. I think, whoa, hold on. Like this. Okay, so what this command does is it basically, it serves everything in the current directory onto the internet. Well, not the internet, onto the network. The stuff that we're seeing right now is not available on the internet. It is available to other computers on the network. And it's basically serving every file inside of this directory here. This directory is the /tmp directory. So if we go over to, we can see that we've got all the files in here from our current directory. The intranet, in this case, yeah, we could call this the intranet. This is basically the local network. Okay, so we got the robots.txt file that we downloaded. We've got our test.txt file that we created. And so this is a very easy way to serve stuff onto the local network on the HTTP protocol. Okay, next thing we're going to learn about is netstat. The netstat command, this is another networking command on Linux. So the netstat command is used to retrieve network connections. So it'll show you if there are any networking ports that are being served on your machine. And over at JS Linux, let's try this out. So netstat, it'll show us that there's only one port that is active right now, and that is port 68. I'm not too sure what port 68 is in this case. We can also try it out on our Kali Linux machine here. And it looks like we're serving on ports 8080 and this other port and this other port. It lets you know what services are being served. Well, what ports and services are being served on your local host. Okay, next we'll talk about sudo, the super command. So the sudo command can be added to any other command, and it allows the command to be executed in the context of the root user. So sudo execute a command as another user. Most of the time when we're talking about sudo, we're talking about running commands as the super user or the root user. And I'll demonstrate over here. So we got our directory here. Let's move into another directory. Let's see. I'll make another directory. We'll call it the demo directory. We'll move into that directory, and then we'll start creating some files. So if I create a file, echo test into test.txt, then we've got the file named test.txt. And if we take a look, it's owned by the shy hat. So the shy hat is the name of the user we're using right now. So who am I? We are the shy hat. And what we can do is we can run a command as root. Hardware Pirate says, will there be further lessons for network featuring tools like Wireshark in depth since you're a pen tester? Yeah, I mean, this current course that we're doing right now is just about Linux basics, but we will be covering some other stuff, like such as Wireshark. There's another course down the line called Digital Forensics, and we talk a little bit about how to inspect stuff like network packet captures using programs like Wireshark. Okay, so let me demonstrate how to use the sudo command here. So we got the test.txt. We created that using the echo command here. This one. So echo test, redirect into test.txt. If we run that with sudo, so we just put sudo in front of it, it's not going to create a file that's owned by the shy hat, but it will create one that's owned by root. Because when you run sudo, you're running a command as the root user. Okay, so it'll ask me for your password. After that's done, test.txt, it didn't, wait, hold on. Okay, so we're gonna echo out something else. So, let's see. We'll call this root.txt. I expected that the file would be owned by the root user when we ran into sudo, but I guess that's not the way it works. Let's try becoming the root user. So you can become the root user by running the sudo su command. So sudo su is going to run the su command switch user as the root user. Redirection is done by the user, not sudo. Okay, that's good to know. Okay, so if we become the root user, and now when we echo out something and then redirect it to something else, test2.txt, this is owned by root. Okay. So we've got our test2.txt file, it's owned by root, but this isn't what we're really trying to illustrate. Let's become the shy hat user again, and let's try to access a file that is owned by root. So if we take a look at the etc host file here. So etc host is actually, let's take a look at the password hashes. So the etc shadow file here is a file that contains all the password hashes for the user. Try sudo shc command. Sudo shc command. Oh, yeah. That would be a way to create something that is owned by root. Yeah, Hacka, you're correct. Thank you. Okay, so we want to read this file. So if we want to read this file, we could try reading it normally. But it says permission denied. It says permission denied because this is a file owned by root, and we don't have read access to it. So if we wanted to read it, we could use the sudo command to run the command as the root user. So it would be sudo cat etc shadow. If we can run this, then it'll run as the root user and it'll let us read the file. Okay, so we've got the we've got the password hashes for just the Shy-Hat user over here, because none of the other users have a password, and I don't think you can log on to. Yeah, there's no root password in this case. But most of the time, when you try to run a command, and you see that it gives you a permission denied error message here, you can usually run the command successfully if you run the sudo command along with it, which means you're running it with the root user's permissions. So, an important thing to know when you come across permission denied in your Linux system is understanding why it says permission denied. So if you're forced to run a command as sudo, you have to understand why you're running it as sudo, because otherwise you could you'd have some very, very bad consequences. You need to know why you're running, why you're not able to run commands in certain circumstances. Okay, let's continue. So sudo needs to be used whenever we try to access or modify system files or directories. So most of the time, the very sensitive files are not able to be accessed by regular users. So generally, only system administrator accounts should be able to use sudo with all the commands. So if we run sudo l, this command will let you know what commands your current user can run as sudo. So in this case, it says user the Shy-Hat may run the following commands on HackerFrogs. So HackerFrogs is the name of the machine. So as all users, as all groups, this user can run all the commands. So basically, the Shy-Hat user here is an administrator user. Hardware Pirate says you can do sudo I to not be asked for your password again. So this is something that I haven't done before. So sudo I just logs you in as the root user. Okay, so sudo I guess I stands for interactive. Help. So I is login. Run the login shell as the target user. Okay, okay. So this just turns you, well, it basically turns you into the root user when you give the command. Okay. So some systems have users who are able to use sudo with specific commands for some reason or another. So most of the time, like blank sudo access is for administrator users only, and but sometimes very specific users, well, users can use specific sudo commands, like they can run the cat command with sudo, or they can run the ls command with sudo, whatever it might be. But this can be very dangerous, because if the wrong commands are given to random users, they can be used to circumvent the system and get elevated access. Okay. So if you ever try to run a command as a regular user and you see the permission denied message, you can usually retry that command with sudo to execute it successfully. The big point is knowing why you need to run it as sudo to run the command successfully. So if we need to use sudo, we should always try to understand why we need to use it. So in this case, we can try running this command to delete the entire file system. And normally, you're not able to do this unless you're running it with sudo. So since it usually means, if we have to run something as sudo, it usually means we're interacting with sensitive files or directories. And okay, so how much time do we have left? We can try solving a challenge over on over at PicoCTF, because it's not a fun lesson unless we're doing some CTF challenges. Okay, let's go ahead and go to the practice page. All right, everybody, let's try solving a challenge before we finish off for the day. Okay, let's do the big zip challenge. So this is the link. Harbor Pirate says, learning is always fun. Well, I mean, I learn new stuff about Linux every day, and I wouldn't call myself like some sort of Linux expert, but I do use Linux a lot, so I've learned a number of things by just using Linux systems on a very regular basis. Okay, let's access the challenge. So picoctf. So if you're, well, okay, before we start the challenge, let's go ahead and access the Linux machine. So the Linux web machine on picoctf, after you've logged in, click on the practice button, and then click on the web shell button over here. It's going to be located on the right-hand side of the screen. It's labeled web shell. Click on it, and afterwards, we want to make the web shell nice and big so that we can work with it. So go to the top of the web shell. The button beside the help button is going to be a box with an arrow pointing out. It's labeled Pop Out Web Shell Terminal. Click on that, and then you're going to see that the web shell is nice and big and in full screen. So this is what we want. We can adjust the zoom for the web shell to make it nice and easy to see, but hopefully not too big. You can access this by going over to the corner of the web browser and opening up the application menu. So usually there's going to be a setting for zoom, and you can start playing around with that until the text is the correct size. Okay, so let's access the challenge. It's called Big Zip. Okay, and here's the link. Alright, so unzip this archive and find the flag. So we're going to be using some of the skills we learned today. You can highlight the link, select copy link, and then we're going to go over to our web shell. So in the web shell, you can download the file by using the wget command. So just type in wget, hit space, and then paste in the file address here. So after that, hit enter. That's going to download the zip file. And afterwards, let me get rid of this other file here. You're going to see the bigzipfiles.zip file in here. And if you managed to download it successfully, let us know in the chat by typing in, I got the dang file. Smiley face. But yeah, usually doing stuff like file downloads using the Linux terminal. So usually it's a painless process. Just type in wget and then paste in the file address, and then you can download it pretty easily. So afterwards, what we want to do is we want to unzip this file. So just give the unzip command. Remember, everybody, when you're typing in the names of really long files, you can usually just type the first couple of letters of the file name and then hit the tab key on your keyboard to autocomplete the name. So the tab key is located on the right-hand side of the left-hand side of the keyboard. Start typing the name of the file, hit tab, and that'll autocomplete the name. Okay, this if you give the command, that's gonna unzip the file. There's a lot of files in here, and what we need to do is we need to figure out. Harbor Pirate says, how would you test a zip bomb before unzipping? Well, I mean, I haven't had to test for a zip bomb before, but a zip bomb is basically a zip file that is going to steal all the resources from your system and crash your computer. So how would you check for a zip bomb? Well, I mean, I haven't had to do it before. We could probably Google it up pretty quick. How do check if a zip file is a zip bomb? What is a zip bomb? Wikipedia, zip bomb. What is a zip bomb and how does it work? What is a zip bomb decompression bomb? So maybe this isn't exactly Brennan Lavelle says, are about to end stream. Brennan, hello, nice to see you here. We're not about to end the stream, but we will be finishing our segment here in about 14 minutes. Panacopanco says, it's just gambling. I wouldn't say it's gambling, but most of the time, if you trust the website or the source that you're getting your zip files from, you can assume that the zip files aren't going to have anything malicious in them. But then again, that's trust, and some people have... It all comes down to trust in this case. You can't assume that everything is going to be malicious on the internet, otherwise you can't function very well. Okay, where are we again? Okay, so we just unzipped the file, big zip files. What we want to do is we want to look for a flag inside of this challenge. Henky says, hi hackers. Hello Henky, nice to see you here. And how we start looking for this? So usually in these files we're looking for something like a flag. So we could do find big zip files, that directory, and we would look for something named flag. So dash name flag. There's no name. There's no file named flag in there. So you guys can try solving this challenge yourself right now, and you don't need to wait for me to teach you how to do it. Panko Panko says, you just gave me the worst idea for what to host on my website. A zip roulette? That would be kind of, yeah. I don't encourage that, of course. All right, so what are we going to do here? So we searched for a file named flag. That doesn't exist. So instead we can start grepping for something. So grep recursive. In the current directory, we're going to look for Pico, because we know that all the flags for Pico CTF start with the word Pico. So we're just going to look for that pattern inside of these directories. Okay, so Brendan asks, when are you going to end stream? The end of the stream isn't coming for another 3 hours. I'm going to say 2.5 hours. Okay, so well, what do we just click on? Just a second. Okay, the web shell here, we started looking in the current directory. Pico CTF challenges, readme.txt. We got our Python history, and we got this. Information on the record will last billions of years, genes and brains and code, books and code. Pico CTF grep something something. Okay, so we can grab this flag here, and we can copy it, we can submit this. So this is actually, it would actually be easier to go into the big zips directory itself and then start grepping. So grep e pico. And I guess this also needs to be recursive. Stasix, hello, nice to see you here. So we will run it recursively in the current directory. Yeah, and this does get us the flag. All right, done. Copy that, and I will run an ad because there's ads running on Twitch right now. While the ads are running, we will look at some birds. How about this bird having a little bath? Okay. All right, we'll be back in about 60 seconds. Okay, so this is an American robin. I don't see too many of them anymore. I think they all went somewhere else for the winter. It's autumn here in North America. Harbor Pirate says, is your camera recording activity-based with a LiDAR and a Raspberry Pi? Well, I mean, the camera that I use is motion sensor-based. So when it detects motion, it'll start recording, and it'll shut off after the motion is gone. Anyways, let's put the birds away. Okay, let's submit this flag and complete the challenge. And then we'll talk about some more resources we can use to learn Linux. Okay, big zip, submit that flag, done. Great. So if you're looking for, this is the final session for Linux OS operations for HackerFrogs AfterSchool. But before we go, well, okay, let's do the summary first. So we learned about terminal text editors. We learned about, the text editors we use for editing files in CLI environments. There's Nano and there's Vim. We learned about managing processes with the PS command. We learned how to kill processes with the kill command. And some networking commands such as ifconfig to get your IP address. We created a simple HTTP server. We learned about how to see what services are running. Well, what networking services are running on the system with the netsack command. And we learned about the sudo command, which is used to run commands as the root user. So what's next? Well, in the next workshop, we're going to be starting a new subject. We're going to be learning about Python programming. So if you want to learn about Python programming, or super user do, that is correct. So if you want to learn about some basics of Python programming, we're going to be starting from the very beginning in the next stream. But let's talk about a couple of resources you can learn for Linux, because the learning never stops. So on HackerFrogs, we've got a big list of educational resources for all sorts of stuff. So if you want to learn about specific topics like web app hacking, or cloud security, or digital forensics, we have educational links over here. And let's take a look at the ones for Linux. So for Linux, we've got a bunch of different sites we can use. We can use the Linux journey. So this is a bunch of articles talking about various aspects of the Linux terminal. We've got the W3 Schools interactive courses on the Bash terminal over here. And we've also have Code Academy's Introduction to Linux. There's a 4-hour course. We've got Hack the Box Linux Fundamentals. This is a 6-hour course. And these are all free. So you don't have to worry about paying for anything here. Use the links. If you really want to learn about Linux, these are very in-depth courses, especially the Hack the Box one over here. We also have a bunch of challenges if you want to learn more about security stuff in Linux, and also miscellaneous resources. Okay, so here's the link. Stasik says, I got a programming quiz I got to do after this. And Stasik says, I enjoyed the Hack the Box one. Yeah, I mean, the Hack the Box course there's a lot of stuff there. And although none of these courses are especially exciting, they will teach you a lot. Okay, let's start the next topic a little bit early, and we're going to be demonstrating some stuff. So we're going to be demonstrating how to do JSON Web Token hacking, so JWTs. This is the link we're going to be using. Okay, so before we start, let me just set up the environment. Topic 2 is done. Topic 3 is here. Topic 4 is on deck. Good. Okay, let me reset the timer. We're going to be doing an hour on this, maybe a little bit less. All right, so we're talking about web application hacking attacks, and we're going to be using the Portswigger website to learn about this. If you don't have an account over at Portswigger, you can make one for free, and then visit this link. Visit the link that I sent in the chat, and we're going to be talking about JWT attacks. So let me. I think I've got a couple of PDF presentation files that talk about this stuff. Let's see. So for JWTs, I got one for some PicoCTF challenges we're covering. So PicoCTF, here. Just a second. Whoops. Okay, so we're talking about JSON Web Tokens today. So JSON Web Tokens, commonly called JWTs, are a common technology that web apps use to handle user sessions, and they're usually passed to web browsers as cookies. So JWTs can be easily identified as a cookie value that begins with the characters EYJ and 0. Well, it's not always going to be this, but it's usually going to start with EYJ, and that's because the first part of the JWT is encoded as a base 64 string. So all decoded JWT values begin with these characters over here. So squiggly bracket, and then some double quotes, and then TYP. So we can ID their encoded values very easily. So let me demonstrate over here. So we got the JWT labs. So JWTs. We can just scroll down until we get to the first lab over here. So it's an apprentice lab. It's labeled JWT Authentication Bypass via Unverified Signature. So once you're logged in, you can just click on the lab button, and then you can click on the button labeled Access the Lab. So we're actually going to put this in a separate tab. We'll go back. Okay, so this is a web application lab, and the goal of the lab is to do something specific. Let's talk about what the goal is here. So it says here that this lab uses JWT-based mechanism for handling sessions. So due to implementation flaws, the server doesn't verify the signature of any JWTs that it receives. To solve the lab, modify your session token to gain access to the admin panel at /admin. Then delete the user Carlos. You can log into your own account using the following credentials. Wiener Peter. So the username is Wiener. Peter is the password. So we're going to be attacking the JWT token that we're assigned as the cookie. And this is how we're going to do it. So in the lab here, after we're logged in, we can go over to the My Account part of the page. This is going to let us log in. So we use the credentials that we were provided. So it says here, Wiener Peter. These are our credentials. Wiener, ooh, that's not how you spell Wiener. Peter is the password. Click on Login. So now we're logged in as the Wiener user, but what we really want to do is we want to get access as a higher level user. So this is how we're going to do it. We can find the cookie that we were assigned by going over to the browser, clicking on this button to open the application menu, more tools, web developer tools. So we can also use the Control-Shift-I keyboard shortcut to access the same thing. What we want to do once we've opened up the web developer tools is to go over to the storage tab. So there's a bunch of tabs at the top over here. Click on storage. And then here, there's going to be a cookies tab here. So click on cookies. You're going to see the name of the lab over here. Just click on that. And you're going to see this session cookie with this value right here. So double click the value and then copy it. So when we go over to our terminal, we're going to base 64 decode this. So we can see the first part of this information here. It's base 64 encoded information. So let's see. Jason IT Solutions says, what challenge is this? Yeah, we're currently doing this lab over here. Here's the link. Okay, so another thing we can do if we think that we're dealing with JSON Web Tokens. So we can guess this is a JSON Web Token because it's a cookie value that begins with the characters EY and then capital J. We can go over to a site like JWT.io. It's a pretty well-known site. We can do encoding and decoding of JWTs from this site. And inside the web app here, we can just paste in the JWT that we received from the website. So just paste it in. Oh, that's not it. Hold on. Let me copy it again. Here it is. Okay, so this website here, it'll decode the JWT and it'll tell you what values are inside here. So we got KID and we got ALG, and then we've got some payload information here. So the stuff inside of this first area here, it's got information about how the JWT was encoded. So the key ID is this one over here, this first thing. This is a value that was used to sign the key. So the algorithm that was used to encode the key is this one right here, RS-256. So RS-256, I think it's this is a hashing algorithm. So please preview for me a little bit. So if you want to learn about what exactly we're learning about here, there's this whole section on JSON Web Tokens. And we're going to be talking a little bit about, well, let me complete what we're talking about here. Not this. This. So all decoded JWT values. This is how you identify the JWT. So there are many tools we can use to read and write JWTs, such as the JWT.io web app, and this is what we're using right now. So the same web app can be used to modify JWT data, which could be used to gain access to different user accounts. So for example, if we got information like this written into the JWT, we could start messing around with the values here and gain access to different accounts. So in our case, we paste it in the JWT, we see that there's this information about how it was encrypted here. We also have the username. So we got Wiener as our username. What we want to do is we don't want to be Wiener, we want to be the administrator. So inside the JWT.io app, we can go over to the from the decoder section to the encoder section. This is the section that's going to let us modify the JWT. Nina, hello, thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. You are now HackerFrog. Okay, so here we can start adjusting these headers here. We can also start adjusting the payload data here, and we can become not the Wiener user, but the administrator user. So administrator. And in this challenge, the first section, we're being educated on accepting tokens with no signature. So among other things, the JWT header contains the ALG parameter, which is which algorithm was used to sign the token, and which algorithm it needs to use when verifying the signature. So all JWT tokens need to be signed in order to be considered valid. This is the secret portion of the JWT. So sometimes the algorithm can be switched over to none, which means it is an unsecured JWT. Most of the time, the applications don't accept this, but if there's a security misconfiguration, sometimes the applications will accept JWTs with no signature, and this is how you would do it. So go over to your JWT.io web app and then change the ALG value from RS-256 to none. Okay, and you'll see here that it's created a new JWT for us to use. So the first part of the JWT is this part right here, which is the header. The second part of the JWT is this part, the payload. In between the first part and the second part is a dot right over here, and between the second part and the third part is a dot. We see that there's nothing after this dot, which means that there's no signed data. There's no signed portion of the JWT. what we can do is we can just grab the JWT that we created here with this data, algorithm none, and as the administrator, we're just going to copy that. Then we're going to go back to the application, and we're going to paste in the cookie, the new cookie, in the session. So session here, old value delete, new value pasted in, hit enter, and then reload the page. So when we reload the page, it'll use the new cookie that has the administrator as the username. Okay, so after that, we see that we're logged out, but we have access to the administrator panel now. So we previously didn't. We want to click on the administrator panel, and remember, the lab says, to solve the lab, modify your session token to gain access to the admin panel at /admin, then delete the user Carlos. So Carlos is here. We can click on a button to delete him. And then we finish the lab. Congratulations, you solved the lab. Okay, so that's just the first lab we're solving today. And we're going to talk about some different JWT attacks. This was just the first one. Okay, so let's go over what we did. So JWT signing keys or secrets. So the last detail about JWTs is that they must be signed using a keyword or a secret to be considered valid by the web application. So most of the time, this secret key is going to be some sort of random string or a word that we use to sign the key. But in this case, we're hacking using the alg_none vulnerability. So there's a well-known vulnerability for JWTs where some web apps will accept JWTs that have not been signed, or the algorithm for signing it is none, bypassing the need for a valid secret. Okay, so we just did that, and let's move on to the next challenge. We're going to be skipping one of these challenges because for some reason, 2 of the challenges in the JWT section in Burp Suite have the same solution. So we're just going to skip the next one. And we're going to skip to this section, brute forcing secret keys. So we talked about how the secret keys we have to find the secret keys in order to sign our own JWTs. One of the ways we can do that is by brute forcing the keys. And we'll talk about how to do that in just a second. Let me pull up the correct document. Okay, so JSON Web Tokens. We're still dealing with JSON Web Tokens. Okay, we're talking about the signing keys, otherwise known as the secrets. So they've got to be signed using a keyword or a secret to be considered valid by the web app. If the secret is not secure enough, it's possible to brute force the JWT secret with tools such as John the Ripper or Hashcat. Let's demonstrate how to do this with the next lab. Okay, so this is the lab over here. I'll give everybody a link. So let's read about the lab. So this lab uses a JWT-based mechanism for handling sessions. It uses an extremely weak secret key to both sign and verify the tokens. This can be easily brute forced using a word list of common secrets. Oh, okay. So we get a word list of common secrets. To solve the lab, first brute force the website's secret key. Once you've obtained this, use it to sign a modified session token that gives you access to the admin path at /admin, then delete the user Carlos. You can log into your own account using the following credentials: Wiener Peter. Okay, so the first thing we want to do is we want to download this word list. So we're just going to copy the link. And let's download that file. So it's just wget download the link, and then we got the jwt.secrets.list. So if we take a look at the contents of that file, oh, that's not the file. hold on. Let's click on it. Okay, so this is all right. Let's download the raw file. Okay, so that's downloaded. I'll just copy it to my current directory now. We're going to move that from the downloads directory. Okay, now the secrets list is in here. So if we take a look at the contents of the list, it is just a bunch of words that are apparently common secret keys for the JWTs. And so the next thing we need to do is we need to start the lab. Okay, so we'll just start up the lab in another tab, access the lab. So the goal in this exercise is it's the same goal as the previous exercise. We need to access the admin panel, and then we need to delete the Carlos user. So the first steps are pretty much identical to the previous lab. We'll go over to the My Account page, and we'll log in using the Wiener Peter credentials. Okay, and then we'll get our key. Sorry, we'll get the JWT. So we're just going to go into the browser and then grab the key from the storage, cookies. Copy that, and we're going to write this out to a file on our system here. We're just going to call this jwt.txt, paste in the key. So remember everybody, the first part of the JWT is the header, which is this first part until the first period. So the second part is the payload, which is this part of the JWT up until the second period, and this is the signing information. This is the last part of the JWT. So what we can do is we can try to brute force the key out of the JWT file by using something like John the Ripper. Hold on, let me take a look at my notes. Okay, you know what they do? They actually explain how to crack the JWTs using hashcat. So we'll use hashcat instead. So it says here hashcat, give this command right here with the JWT and the word list. So this is the command right here. I'll just provide this to everybody in chat. Corvo, hello, nice to see you here. Cool stream, keep it up. Thank you, thank you. Okay, so we're just gonna give this command right here. For the JWT, we need to replace this. So it's jwt.txt. The word list is, I think it was JWT secret something something. JWT secrets list. So if we got the two files in the same directory, this is the command we would give. So we just need to run this, and if the secret key is one of the words in the JWT secrets list file, then we'll find it out. Okay, so it says... Okay, so we managed to crack it, and we can see over here that this JWT is associated with this secret, so it's secret 1. Glymex, nice to see you here. Welcome to the stream. Let's give you a fun video game. How about some Hack the Planet?
Hack the planet! Hack the planet!
Shut up and get in.
Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to use this secret key to create a new JWT for ourselves. So we're just going to grab this JWT, then we're going to go over to JWT.io. We're going to go over to the decoder. We're going to get rid of the previous JWT. We're going to paste in the new one. Then we're going to go over to the encoding portion. So instead of decoder, we go to encoder. And we're going to change the sub value from wiener to administrator. Administrator. Thank you very much. Ender Kira, you're now HackerFrog. Welcome to the stream. Okay, so the sub is administrator now. So the secret, we know it's secret 1. So we can just go in here. Secret 1. So secret 1. We've got it here. We just need to adjust the sub. I guess what we need to do is we need to put in secret 1 first and then start modifying the username. So after we're done, we're going to see here there's a new JWT here. We're just going to copy that. And this is the JWT that signed with the secret that we cracked. And it's going to give us access as the administrator. So we go back to the web application here, and in the session cookie, we're going to replace the value that was there previously, paste in the new one, and then reload the page. Okay, like last time, we say that we've been logged out, but we now have access to the admin panel. So click on the admin panel, click on delete Carlos, and then we're finished the lab. Okay, so we're going to be moving on to some more advanced concepts now, and when we do the more advanced concepts, we get to use some different tools. So we're not just going to be using the JWT.io tool, but we're going to be using some other tools. We're going to use Burp Suite, but before we do that, let's do a little bit of reading. Okay, so we're Sukuna. Hello, nice to see you here. Let's give you the Discord link. There's the Discord link right there. Okay, so what we're going to be doing next is we're going to be doing JWT header parameter injections. So according to the JWS specification, only the alg header parameter is mandatory. In practice, however, JWT headers often contain several other parameters. The ones of particular interest to us right now is this one. So the JSON web key. So JWK is a parameter we can provide in the header, and provides an embedded JSON object representing the key. So as you can see, these user controllable parameters each tell the recipient server what key to use when verifying the signature. In this section, you'll learn how to hack these to inject modified JWTs signed with your own arbitrary key instead of the server's secret. So in this case, we're going to be injecting self-signed JWTs via the JWK parameter. So JSON Web's signature specifications describe an optional JWK header parameter. Gameboy says, are you sure the challenge 103 was correct challenge? I think something's wrong with that. Okay, so we're talking about this challenge previously. Well, I mean, the link, this is the link. But we're not talking about that right now. We're talking about JWT hacking stuff. Okay. So a JWK JSON web key is a standardized format for representing keys as a JSON object. So for example, you can see an example here. So it would include JWK. SA has just subscribed on YouTube. Welcome to the stream, SA. So the JWK object is included here. So the key type is RSA, and then a bunch of information here about how to encrypt, including the E value, the N value, and the key ID value. So we could create our own JWK. Well, if the application allows you, you can supply your own JWK information, and then you can gain access that way. So ideally, servers should only use a limited white list of public keys to verify JWK signatures. However, misconfigured servers can sometimes use any key that's embedded in the JWK parameter. So what we're going to do is we're going to create our own JWK parameter, and we're going to sign our key using that one. Okay, so this next lab over here, let's start it up. This is where we're going to test out this attack. So this lab uses a JWT-based mechanism for handling sessions. The server supports the JWK parameter within the JWT header. This is sometimes used to embed the correct verification key directly in the token. However, it fails to check whether the provided key came from an entrusted source. To solve the lab, modify and sign a JWT that gives you access to the admin panel at /admin, then delete the user Carlos. You can log into your own account using the following credentials, Wiener Peter. Okay, so let's go ahead and start that up. So for this challenge, there are a couple of ways we can handle it, and I'll cover two different ways we can do this one. Okay, so as usual, we're just going to go over to my account, and we can supply the username Wiener Peter. Okay, so from here, what we want to do is we want to try accessing the admin endpoint. So we're just going to go into here. We're going to go to, instead of my account, we're going to try to admin endpoint here. Just type in /admin. And it's going to say admin interface only available if logged in as an administrator. So that is completely fine. What we're going to do is we're going to use Burp Suite. Actually, we should have been logging in using the Burp Suite browser. Let me demonstrate. So inside of Burp Suite over here, we can go over to the proxy, and then we can proxy intercept. Okay, so this is the Burp Suite program. We're going to open up the Burp Suite browser from here. The Burp Suite browser is connected to the Burp Suite proxy, and it'll record all the information that we send through the browser in the proxy, and then we can start modifying that information. So in this case, we're just going to get the address for the lab. Okay, so this gives us the same error message. Admin interface only available if logged in as an administrator. That's fine. We're just going to go, now that this has been recorded by Burp Suite, we're going to go back to the Burp Suite HTTP history tab. We can see all of the different requests that were made inside of the Burp browser. Or at least we should be able to. Just a second. Burp browser, let's reload the page. So we should have this web endpoint recorded in HTTP history. Okay, this is it. This is it. So this is the GET request to this /admin endpoint. We should be able to see it after we access it in the Burp Suite browser. What we're going to do is we're going to send this request to the Burp Suite repeater. So right click and then select Send to Repeater. This will send it to the repeater tool so that we can repeat this particular request. The next thing we need to do is we need to access the JWT editor, and it's going to be over at the end over here. So it's not installed by default, but you can install it on Burp Suite by going over to, I think it's Burp. Let's see, extensions. You go to the extensions tab, and then you can search for extensions. You can click on add. Oh, no, wait. Where's the store? Let's see. We can, okay. So after you go to extensions, you can go over to B App Store. So extensions, B App Store. In the B App Store, you can start looking for different extensions you want to install onto Burp Suite. So for example, you can search for JWT. And then we've got the JWT editor over here. So you can click on it, and then you can click on install. So for example, this one here, click on install, and then after it's installed, you should see an extra tab on Burp Suite called JWT Editor. And what we're going to do inside the JWT Editor is we're going to create a new key, or a new signing key for our JSON Web Tokens. So to do that, all you need to do is click on the JWT Editor tab and then click on New Symmetric Key. Or I think New RSA Key will work as well. So click on New RSA Key, and we don't need to do anything here special. We just need to click on OK. Oh, it doesn't let you click on OK. Hold on. Oh, ID, okay. We need to give it an ID number. Tests key. Oh no, wait. I think, sorry. You need to click on generate. Click on generate, and then it'll automatically create a key for you, and then you click on OK. So after that, the new key will probably end up at the bottom of the list. Yeah, so there's a new key generated at the bottom of the list. We're going to be using this key to sign our new JWT after we do that. Okay, this is what we're going to do. We're going to go over to the repeater, and in the repeater, we should have some, wait, where'd it go? Did I forget to send it to the repeater? Okay, get admin here, unauthorized, send to repeater. In the repeater, there should be a JWT section. Where'd it go? Oh, we're not logged in. Never mind. Yeah. Okay. Sorry, we're not logged in the Burp Suite browser. Okay, we need to go to my account. We need to log in as the Wiener Peter. Okay, and then we need to try to access the admin endpoint. So admin. Okay, gives us the same message. We go back to Burp Suite. In Burp Suite, we go over to the proxy HTTP history tab, go down all the way, and we see these green requests. The green requests all have the JWT. We click on the admin one, and we see that there's a JWT token as a cookie in here. We're just going to right-click that. We're going to send it to the repeater. Then we're going to go over to the repeater, and so inside the request here, there's a JWT web token tab now. Click on that. And this is all the information for the JWT for this request. So we can change the payload here. Sub Wiener. We don't want to be Wiener. We want to be administrator. We're just going to switch that out. Okay. And the last thing we want to do is we want to attack. So we can click on the attack button here. We'll select embedded JWK. So JWK is JSON Web Key. And we have to select a signing key. So the signing key is going to be the one that we created most recently. It's going to be at the bottom of the list. So select that one, let's see if we can make this bigger. So select the last key that we created, and then we can just click on OK. And we see that we've created a new JWT. Click on pretty. Okay. We're going to send this request. So this request should have the embedded JWK header, and we signed it with our key. So we're just going to send the request. In the response over here, it says OK. If we render this, it'll give us the same view as if we used our web browser. So over here, we see we have access to the admin panel. We can actually send this request and do it interactive with our web browser, the Burp Suite web browser. So we're just going to right-click and select Show Response in Browser. Okay, show response in browser. To show this response in your browser, copy the URL below and paste into the browser. So I think what we want to do is we want to request in browser, not show response in browser. We do request in browser in original session. So if we use the original session, it's going to use the cookies from this request. So click on request in browser in original session, and then copy the URL. So copy the URL, then go over to your Burp Suite browser, paste in the URL that you received, and then we see we're interactive. We're interactive with the web page now in our browser. So all we need to do is we need to click on Delete Carlos, and we've completed the lab. Did we complete the lab? Hold on. I must have done something wrong. Hold on. Okay, so request in browser in original session. Okay, copy that. I think I'll try a new tab. In the new tab. Okay, so we got access to the admin panel. Well, I mean, hopefully this. Click on admin panel. Why doesn't this go through? This was working this morning. Don't know why it's not working now. All right, let's try that again. Click in. Request in browser in... How about show response in browser? It's not exactly the same thing. Okay. Okay, let's go to admin panel. Only... Okay, well, what we can do is we can get around this by sending the exact endpoint to the server. So it's /admin, was it delete? Store the cookie in your browser. Yeah. Okay. I'm just going to copy the cookie here. Hold on. Okay, this is the cookie here. I'm just going to copy it, and then I'm going to go over to our regular browser, and I'm going to paste it in. Okay, reload the page. Okay, done. Now we've got permanent admin panel access, great, and we can delete Carlos. And that solves the lab. Pebble says, I normally delete Carlos over burp. The endpoint is always the same. Yeah, it's just that it makes me... I feel like I get a better demonstration if I'm able to do stuff inside the web browser instead of just using burp. Because people understand the web browser a little bit better. But yeah, thank you very much for the input, Pebble. Okay, let's do the last lab for today. Okay. So we solved that lab. We got one more attack to do. So injecting self-signed JWTs via the JKU parameter. Instead of embedding public keys directly into the JWK header parameter, some servers let you use the JKU. So JWK set URL header parameter to reference a JWK set containing the key. When you verify the signature, the server fetches the relevant key from the URL. And for example, you might have a server that has a web page with this kind of content right here. So keys equals this. So this is a bunch of different signing keys for the JWTs, and it's going to pick between the keys that are supplied in the endpoint. So JWK sets like this are sometimes exposed publicly via a standard endpoint such as .well-known JWK.json. More secure websites will only fetch keys from trusted domains, but you can sometimes take advantage of URL parsing discrepancies to bypass this kind of filtering. We've covered some examples of this in our topic on server-side request forgery. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to solve one last lab. Just going to put it in a new tab. So this lab uses a JWT-based mechanism for handling sessions. The server supports the JKU parameter in the JWT header. However, it fails to check whether the provided URL belongs to a trusted domain before fetching the key. Actually, you know what? I forgot to show you the other method. There's another method we can use that's not Burp Suite. But you know what? I'll illustrate it in for this one. To solve the lab, forge a JWT that gives you access to the admin panel, then delete the user Carlos. You can log into your own account using the following credentials: Wiener Peter. Okay, so let's start the lab. Okay, so let's put this in the Burp Suite browser. Okay, so for this particular lab, we actually have access to a controlled server. So we can modify the information in this server. And in this server, we're going to be hosting a malicious payload. So the malicious payload is going to be our own keys for the JWK. And this is what we're going to put in there. Just a second, let me reference my notes. So this is our hacking server. We're going to supply our own keys here. So in the body of the web page that we're going to force the server to call out to, this is what we're going to supply. So we're going to supply a key. So keys, key type RSA, and then a bunch of information for signing the key. It's all here. We're going to save out this these contents for our endpoint here. And this is the name of the endpoint here. So store that. Okay, after we're done with that, we're going to go over to the lab. And we're going to log in. So we click on My Account and log in as our Wiener Peter user. Log in. Okay, so what we do from here is we can go over to Burp Suite, proxy HTTP history, and you know what? Before we do this, we're going to try to access the admin panel. Okay, only available if logged in as the administrator, that's fine. Go back to Burp Suite. Let's take a look at this one over here. So proxy HTTP history, at the very bottom here, there's the get request to admin. We're going to send this to the repeater. And in the repeater, we can click on JSON Web Token. So JSON Web Token, this is all of our JSON Web Token information. We got sub wiener. We don't want to be wiener, we want to be administrator, so we're going to sub this out. And let's see. So we changed the sub to administrator. We want to change the key ID parameter to the one in the hacking script. So the key ID parameter is the key ID, and we're just gonna change this so that it matches the one on the server here. So the server here, key ID. We're gonna copy that value, then go back to Burp Suite and replace the current key ID with the one we got from the server. Okay, and then we're going to sign the key. So click on sign. Should be at the bottom here. Where is it? Ah, sign. Okay. So we can sign the key. Don't modify header. We need to make sure that this is correct. We will use this key as the signing key, the one that we created last time. It doesn't matter what we use really. Let's see. Don't modify header. Click on OK. And this will update our JWT. So the JWT is now, where is it? This one over here. If we click on send to send the request, we're going to see unauthorized. Wait, did I do something wrong? Just a second. Oh, no. There's another parameter we need to create before we do this. Okay, so JSON Web Token. I missed a step. So the header of the JWT token here, we need to add something. Okay, so we're going to add a parameter called JKU. So the JKU parameter is going to be set to our hacking server over here. This one right here. Copy that. Okay, go back. So JKU, paste that in. Okay, so now we can sign the key. Hold on. Okay, click on sign. Use one of the keys that we created here. Click OK. Okay, so now this should be correct. All right, let's go ahead and send the request. Still says unauthorized. What? Hold on, let me redo this. Okay, so server here. Let's reload this page. So this value here should be correct. we go back to access the admin page. I'm going to send it to the repeater. We'll do this again. Okay, repeater here. JSON web token. Change this from Weeder to administrator. Okay, and we need to add a... Oh, we need to change the KID. So the KID, we need to replace this KID with the one on the server. Which is this. And we also need to add an extra header. So the extra header we're going to add is JWK. Or JKU? Yeah, JKU. And it has to point to the URL of this server here. Paste it in. Okay, then we sign the key. Sign the key using one of the things that we used before. Don't modify the header. Click on OK. Alright, so this should be... Well, I mean, we could also copy this. If we copy this, then we go to our regular browser. And then replace the cookie. It should work. Let me try it out. Okay. Paste it in, reload the page. We get logged out. We don't have access to the admin page. You signed it using the same one on the server? Yeah, I think I did. So click on sign, then select the RSA key that you created earlier. Make sure that the don't modify header option is selected, then click OK. I think... Is there something wrong with the way I signed this thing? Don't modify header. Wrong key. Don't modify header. Okay. I think the problem might be that I'm not supposed to be... Let me double check with the tutorial here. So the tutorial is this. So JKU, set JKU. Oh wait, this has to be inside of the JW. Some servers let you use the JKU parameter to set reference a JWK set containing the key. Well, I mean, I'm pretty sure that I made sure that they matched. Just a second, everybody. I need to take a little advertising break. Also change the content type to application JSON on the server, maybe? Yeah, maybe that might be it. Hold on, everybody. It's peanut time. We'll be back in about 20 seconds. Just need to have a little sip of water. Okay, so let's go back to the server here. So content type is text HTML. We should change this to JSON. I'm pretty sure that this is correct. I think I've used this payload before. We just need to make sure that this is okay. Let's save this out, and we'll try one more time. JKU. It is JKU, isn't it? Sign that thing, okay. Use one of these, don't modify the header, press OK. And then send it off. We're still getting unauthorized. Okay, there's an alternate method to solve this lab. I'll try doing that. So this alternate method doesn't involve Burp Suite, but it does involve using another tool. So this tool is called JWT tool. And what we're going to do is we're going to run it using Docker. So we're going to run Docker with the JWT tool. The JWT tool can be used to modify JSON Web Tokens. And before we do this, we need to get the JWT value for the valid cookie. So the valid cookie is going to be here. So let's log in first. Wiener Peter. Okay, then we're going to grab that JWT. JWT is here. Okay. Oh, you know what? Before we do this attack, we need to... The JWT tool only works with this attack if you run it as root. So we need to run the command as root. I'm just going to become the root user. Okay. And let me grab that command again. Okay, I need to grab the cookie. And so JWT value, this is it right here. So we specify, when we use a JWT tool, we have to specify the attack we want to do. And in this case, the attack we want to do is the JKU attack, which is indicated over here. We also need to supply the URL with that we control, and that's going to be the one from over here. Okay. Let's plug that in. Okay, and then what we want to do is we want to tamper with the contents in the payload. So inside the tool, you can start modifying these values. So KID, this one, the KID is going to be the one for the JWT tool, so we need to modify this. So this is going to be JWT underscore tool, and then we move on to the next step. So in the next step, we want to make sure that we're the administrator user, so we're going to modify that value. Okay. And then we also get a JSON object that we need to host on our server. So it's located in this directory here. This is what we want to put in as the payload for our controlled server. So we're just going to go to the controlled server here. Thank you very much for following Beam Sturge. Welcome to the team. Okay, so we paste that in, we store it, and I think the content type should be okay, like this. But if it's not, I'm going to have to change the content type. We'll try it without this first. Okay, so this is the token that was created. I'm going to copy it. I'm going to go back to the application, replace the cookie, and then reload the page. Okay, and now we have access to the admin panel. So obviously it worked. Okay, all we need to do now is delete the user Carlos, and we're done. Great. Awesome. Okay, so we managed to force the application to use the key located on a controlled server, and we hosted that server. We created the appropriate JWT, and then we were able to get access as the admin user and delete users. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Okay, we're done. Thank you very much for watching the demonstration. If you wanted to know the exact steps for doing this lab with Burp Suite, you can click on the solution button on the lab. It'll teach you step by step what you need to do, and I wonder what I did wrong. So paste the JWT into the keys array, okay. Modify and sign the JWT. Replace the KID with the KID of the other thing, okay. Add the new JKU parameter to the header of the JWT. Set its value to the URL of the JWK, set on the okay. Yeah, I don't know what I did wrong here, because I pretty much followed all these steps. All right, everybody, let's go ahead and move on to the next part of the stream. So we're doing the final part of today's stream, and the final part is we're going to be doing the OLIcyber challenges. So OLIcyber is an Italian cybersecurity education platform, and you can find it over here. So you can make an account there. It's okay. If it's in Italian, you can translate everything. You just need to register for an account on the site, and then you can get access to all these challenges here. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to do the web security challenges. They're going to be nice and simple. I hope they're going to be nice and simple. We'll see. We'll also be documenting how we finish the challenges as we work through them. But before we start, I'm just going to get rid of all these tabs, because having too many tabs makes me a bit uncomfortable. Get rid of the tabs that we don't need. It's also kind of cathartic deleting tabs. And I think we can also get rid of Burp Suite, because it does take up system resources. And if we don't need to use Burp Suite, we might as well switch it off. Okay, I think this is good. All right, So we've got a bunch of different challenges here. What we're going to be doing on the website is we're just going to be covering the basic web security challenges. So the basic web security challenges, there are 20 of them, and some of them involve some interesting stuff. But we're going to be recording the solutions for each one of the challenges as we go, because we really want to get used to documenting what we do. So HackerFrogs, we're going to be doing some walkthroughs. Let me put 90 minutes on the clock. We're going to spend about an hour and a half doing this stuff, and hopefully we're not super stuck on any one challenge, but we'll see. Okay, so this is OLIcyber. Where did I put that? Okay, OLIcyber web app. Why did I put software hacking in here? All right, let's start adding some files. So create new file. The challenge we're going to be covering first is going to be this one over here, Web 2. And let me get the challenge link. This is the challenge link here. I'm going to supply this as the name of the challenge when we're doing our write-up. And, oh man, this is such a long challenge name. Okay, so now we can start doing our write-up. So the URL for the challenge, we know what it is. The concept for the challenge, we're going to be filling that in, and the method of solving the challenge, we're also going to be filling that in as well. So let's go get the link for the challenge. This is the link. The concept for the challenge, it says get requests from query string. So HTTP request get from with query string. I don't speak Italian. Okay, so the concept is query string requests. Method of solve. So query string, we're talking about URL parameters, I'm pretty sure. But let's take a look at the description for the challenge. So for each one of these challenges, we need to pay attention to the description of the challenge. Why do we have a Python script? Why do we have a Python script? Okay, let's copy this. We'll go over to Google Translate, and we will translate the challenge from Italian. Okay, so requests for some resources can be parameterized to obtain specific versions of the resource in question. For example, a blog could use a single resource to represent all published posts, which are all structurally identical, differing only in content, by identifying the specific content desired using a numeric ID parameter. The goal of the challenge is to obtain the resource HTTP web to chals olicyber.it server records by specifying the ID parameter with the flag value. It is recommended to use the params keyword of the get function illustrated in the previous challenge. Params keyword of the get function. Hold on. Okay, so if we just go to this URL, I'll provide the URL to everybody so you can try it out yourself. Passing parameters and URLs. I mean, Okay, let's go to the web page. Okay, so this tells us that it's missing the query parameter ID. This means we need to supply in a URL parameter. So it's $ID equals something. So record 0 not found. Okay, well, record 1 not found, record 2 not found, etc., etc. We need to find out if what number is correct. So we can do this. Well, I mean, they provide us with a Python script. Let's go over to the challenge. Yeah, so there's a Python script we can use. Let's see what the Python script does. So challenge1.py. The other way we can do this is we could use a tool. So the tool we could use is called FFUF, Fuzz Faster You Fool. And we could, how do we do this? So we're just going to get this. So this is some web app enumeration. We're going to use FFUF. Actually, let me see if we can curl this. We can curl this. That's fine. We want to use FFUF with this URL here, and we're going to supply in URL parameter, and we're going to fuzz that URL parameter. So we're going to fuzz the URL parameter with a bunch of numbers, and how many numbers should we check? I think we can get away with checking, I don't know, like 1,000 numbers for all the numbers from 0 to 1,000. And we can do that by doing the sequence command. Just 1,000 will do. So we're going to create a sequence of numbers inside of sequence.txt. So it's just got the numbers 1 to 1,000. Okay, well, that is all those requests. We need to give some additional parameters here. Just a second. Let's put everything here between some quotes, because sometimes the question mark here messes up. Well, sometimes special characters in general mess up your commands when you're running them from the terminal. And we'll also match all the codes. Okay, so we got some 404. Let's filter out all the 404s. Let me check if this works in the web browser. Okay, so we filtered out all the 404s. We're still not getting anything here. Maybe what we should do is we should expand the number that we're checking for. Okay, so let's do the sequence up to 10,000. And we'll try again. Okay, we got 10,000 requests. And let me take a look at... Brendan Lovo says, I need help with fuzzy. Fuzzy? What do you mean by fuzzy? Okay, let's take a look at the challenge description again. Obtain the resource, specifying the ID parameter with the flag value. With the flag value. Use the parameter keyword to get the get function illustrated in the previous challenge. Do we need to do the previous challenge first? George Sirimus says, I think the idea is they're parsing out the ID. Maybe they're doing it unsafely. Okay, I think we do. I think if this doesn't work, we fuzzed it, it didn't work. Let's copy the Python script over and take a look at the Python script. It should give us some insight. So move. So Brennan is talking about WFuzz. I don't use WFuzz, so I can't exactly help you there, unfortunately. Okay, we're gonna move. Challenge 1.py. Let's take a look at what's in this script. Oh, you're doing SQL injection. Let's see. Brew JH says, I'm trying to install Arch Linux. I've never installed Arch Linux before, so unfortunately I can't help you there. Okay, so if flag response flag ID not found flag. Oh, okay. This is, oh, we just need to send flag. Okay. So they just say, okay, this is it. That's it. So you just need to send the flag as the parameter. All right, I overthought that. SQL injection target commands. Now I'm not worried about losing the data on it. So I wiped the disk. Okay, now I'm not worried about losing the data on it. I mean, that's the good thing about using virtual machines. If you use virtual machines, you don't need to worry about. So flag, what is your query? Okay, great. So I thought that the Python script was for running to solve the challenge, but this is actually the Python script that is used to create the environment. So I was I'm kind of surprised, and you know what? I shouldn't be surprised because this website very often supplies you with the source code, for the applications and programs, and it's very, very useful for our education. So in this case, the server is looking for in a URL parameter called flag, or the value called flag rather. Okay, so let's copy this, and then let's solve the challenge and do our write-up. Okay, flag, paste. Can you hack a website? And a challenge for me, I want to know web hacking. Looks like it's vulnerable to, what was it? Reflected XSS as well. Reflected XSS? Now how would you do that? Would you do it like this? Well, I mean, it's not this way, but Pebble, if you know how to do the reflected XSS, let me know. That's okay. It's good to do some experimentation. Let's see. Okay, so this is the valid flag. Let's do the write-up. So the concept is query string request. It's actually URL parameters. So the method of solve. Okay, if we look at the Python script, that is used to deploy the app, it looks like this. We can just supply, it's actually a pretty, Brendan Lovell says, I can spam. What kind of spam are we talking about? Okay, so this is the code that is being used to deploy the app. Paste that in. Okay, so according to the app, semi paying attention, did the FFUF word list not have flag in it? No, it didn't. It just had a bunch of numbers. I thought we were dealing with an IDOR, but it turns out we were dealing with something else. According to the code, the app is looking for the ID URL parameter and returns a special string if the ID parameter is set to flag. And that's about it. That's about it for this challenge. Let's go ahead and save those changes. Okay, Brendan says, can you do Hydra on screen share, please? So Brendan, we're not doing those kind of attacks right now. We're doing these challenges over here. If you want to join in, then you can make yourself an account over at training.olycyber.it and you can join us. But I'm not taking custom requests right now. Okay, let's do the next challenge. So the response is in plain text, not text HTML. Oh, yeah, right. That would be the reason, huh? Wait, you know what? You know what we could do? We could host our own application here. So let's see. Host is equal to 0000. And I guess this is going to deploy on. This is going to deploy on port 80, right? Yeah, we could actually play around with this. Okay, so we just run Python and run the script. Okay, and running on 5,000, huh? Hold on. Looks like it's not running on this. URL was not found on the server. Debug mode on, running on all addresses. You got. Let's try localhost. Look, is running. You just need to navigate to server records. Server records. Server. Ah, okay, it is working. Okay, so Pebble said that if we modified the script, we could get XSS working on this. So let's edit the script so that it is now text HTML instead of text plain. And see if we can get that that sweet cross-site scripting working. Okay, let's run it again. So ID equals cross-site scripting thing. Alert. We got it to work. We got it to do cross-site scripting. Yeah, Pebble, it works. Awesome, awesome. All right, let's go Let's go back. Let's go back. But we proved that we could get cross-site scripting working on this particular app. That's great. All right, what's the next challenge? Oh, sorry. Muzzy, hello, nice to see you. Activate debug mode in your main Flask. It is active, my bad. No worries, no worries. Okay, so the next challenge is this one, Web 3. Manual something header? Not sure. But let's create the new file. So Web 3 HTTP requests get with header manual header. Not too sure what manual header means in this case. Okay, so we need our URL, we need our concept, and we need our method of solve. The URL we can get right away. And once again, this is the challenge over here. Okay, what is this thing? Oh man, that's a pretty long description. Okay, let's... Why is this thing so long? It looks like this is the website we're dealing with. We also have challenge.py over here. So let me delete the previous one. And let's download the next one. Okay, so challenge.py, great. Let's move it over to this directory. Is it just called challenge, or is it called challenge 2 or something? What is it called? It's just called challenge, okay. All right, let's see what's going on here. So if request.headers.get x password equals admin, then return response environ flag mime type text plain status HTTP status OK. Okay, I mean, this seems very, very straightforward. So we're talking about HTTP request headers, and we'll explain it in just a little bit. Okay, the concept. HTTP request headers, and the challenge Python script that deploys the web app are as follows. Okay, paste in the code. So according to the code, if there is a request header, not just any request header. Let me start up my music again, and then we'll solve the challenge. Okay, if there's a so the request header is x password. with the value of admin. Then the flag will be returned to us. Is OreoByte live? I don't think OreoByte is online right now. I can check. Let me check really quick. No, I don't see OreoByte live. Okay, so according to the code, if there's a request header xpassword here, xpassword with the value of admin, then the flag will be returned by the app. Okay, and we can write up, we can use the following curl command to supply the header and get the flag. Okay, let's go and make that curl command. So if we just it just says unauthorized here. So unauthorized. So what we're going to do is we're going to give a custom header. So -h header is xpassword equals admin. Still unauthorized? Wait, what was the xpassword with the value admin? So if request.headers.get xpassword equals admin. Oh, you know what? You're right. It's not equals. Yeah. That's correct. Thank you, Pebble. Okay, let's try it again. And then we get the flag. That's a good eye. That's a good eye, Pebble, thanks. Okay, so this is it. And here's the flag. Before we... let's supply the specific curl command. There it is. Okay, commit those changes. And then get the flag. So challenges like this, they really test our knowledge of the fundamentals. And these are very good for people who are just getting into web app hacking, because understanding the fundamentals in this case and being able to spot stuff in the code is also very, very useful. Okay, let's supply that flag. We're done. Okay, let's do the next one. We got another hour or so. Let's see how many of these challenges we can work through. Okay, here is it. Here this is, Web 4. Actually, I'll give everybody the link. There you go. Okay, making a new walkthrough file. Okay, you should... Brennan, don't ask me to hack a real website. I don't do anything that is illegal on the live stream, because I could get my channel banned. Okay, so let's start the write-up. It is just as good to hack on educational websites as it is to hack on real websites. There's not very much difference in learning from using an educational website and learning hacking using real websites. It's just that you can get arrested for doing one, and you can't get arrested for doing the other. Okay, let me get the URL here. Okay, the concept here. Which header? I mean, we're still talking about HTTP headers, I'm pretty sure. Okay, let's take a look. So we still have the challenge.php. I'm pretty sure we can figure out what is going on purely by looking at the challenge.php file. Or, sorry, challenge.py file. Okay, let's download that. Let's take a look at the challenge.py file. We should be able to figure out what the application's doing purely from this. What was the name of the file? Challenge.py. Okay, so user comment, environment flag, admin, approot/users. HTTP status not acceptable, otherwise if content type equals application JSON, content type equals application.xml. Is this some sort of upload page? You know what, we should probably take a look at the application itself. So okay, so here it is. Here's the website. And let's go ahead and translate the entire description. It seems very long-winded, but that's good. It's better that there's more stuff than there's less stuff. The goal of this challenge is to request a resource using the alternative representation application.xml, application/xml instead of the default application.json or /JSON. It is recommended to try obtaining the resource normally and then specifying a different representation type using the accept header. Oh, okay. So we're talking about the accept header in this case. All right. So let me this is what you would do. So curl. Okay, so this is what we see if the accept header is star.star. But what we want to do is we want to set the accept header to something else. Okay, so let's do that. Accept application XML. Okay, here we go. We got the flag. All right, that's because well, let me record this first. We're talking specifically about the accept header in this case. So this request headers and the HTTP accept header. So this is something that I haven't paid much attention to. So the accept header lets you know what kind of response you're supposed to get from the server, and I've never considered that the accept header could be used as a method of attack for getting different types of resources from the server. It's very interesting. Okay, so we can use the following curl command to complete the challenge. Here's the curl command right here, and the application uses the following code to deploy the app. Let's get that code. This is it. Okay, paste it in. So here it says content type equals something. So content type is going to be either application JSON, which is the JSON information, or the application XML. So the best match, it's going to reply with application JSON data first, but if specified, you can get the application XML data. So if content type equals JSON, then it will give you the JSON data. But if application is XML, then it's going to give you the XML data. And you'll notice that the JSON data is here, which is one response, and the XML data is here, which is a second response, and includes the flag. Okay, let's talk about it. So the code has one set of data that is returned if the content type is set to JSON, and another response and another set of data that is returned if the content type is set to XML. The flag is in the XML data. The default content type is JSON. Okay, that is done. All right, let's go ahead and submit the flag, and then we can complete the challenge. Done. Great. Okay, next challenge. This one's going to be Web 5 cookies. Okay, so we deal with cookies all the time. But let's see what this cookie challenge is all about. I'm very impressed with the quality of challenges on this website. Okay, so it looks like we've got another website here. We've got another Python script that deploys a challenge. Let's delete this challenge, this Python script first. Then we'll download the script here. We'll move it in, and then we'll take a look at what the thing is all about. Okay, so flag if request.cookies.get password equals admin, then response is going to be get it's going to give you the environment flag. Okay, well, I mean, this seems very, very simple. Let's go ahead and get the URL. So we're dealing with cookies here. If we can supply a specific cookie to the application, so bad password cookie unauthorized, this is the default behavior if we don't supply the correct cookie. But we can supply the cookie with -b inside a curl. And what is it according to the... So password cookie is equal to admin. So password equals admin. And this should be correct. Flag very tasty cookies. Awesome, awesome. Okay, so let's copy that. Let's talk about it in the write-up. Oh, we didn't even start the write-up yet. Okay, we need to start the write-up. So manual cookies. So the reason why we're doing write-ups is because we want to be able to return and look at our notes if we ever encounter a challenge that looks similar. We also want to get used to documentation, because if you didn't document it, it didn't happen. Okay. URL of the challenge, concept of the challenge, method of solve. Okay, let me grab that URL. Concept is HTTP cookies. Okay, so how do we solve the challenge? So the code that is used to deploy the app is as follows. So the application's it's not a very complicated application. Okay. So according to the code, if there is a password cookie in the GET request with the value admin, then the flag is returned in the response. And what? This curl command will complete the challenge. Get the curl command, and then we'll be finished. Okay, and let's save that out. Another walkthrough done, and let's get the flag. Okay. Submit that. Done. So receiving a cookie? I wonder how different this could be. So Web 6, receiving a cookie. Let's start up our write-up. Okay. So for this challenge, all the usual things, URL, concept, I guess receiving a cookie? Receiving a cookie. Method of solve. Oh, forgot to get the URL. Where is it? Here. Okay, everybody, if you want to follow along, this is it. So as usual, we need to download the Python challenge or the Python script to take a look at the code that deploys the challenge. Okay, download that. Okay, so try token equals request dot cookies token. Missing token cookie unauthorized. db.execute. Select null from tokens where token equals. So is this a token in the URL parameters? So they're looking for, what are they looking for? Slash token. Oh, okay. So it looks like they're generating tokens with random names. Okay. So the endpoint that we're dealing with, so there's a token endpoint and then a flag endpoint. So this is the token endpoint, and this is the flag endpoint. Okay, so first we'll go to the token endpoint. They will give us a token. This is what I'm assuming. I'm assuming that this first endpoint gives us a token. Because it certainly... Wait, are you... Did you give me a token? I guess you didn't. Let's try to understand what the application's doing. Shivren, hey, nice to see you here. We're just doing some easier challenges. Some easier challenges from this website over here. It's called OLIcyber.it. It's a Italian CTF website. Let's just copy this all. I'm sure after we translate the thing, we'll understand the challenge better. Cookies are not a redundant mechanism compared to the other types of parameters observed so far. Unlike them, the server can request the installation of cookies provided by it in the client's memory. These cookies are associated with the site that generated them. Okay, they've got an expiration date. In web browsers, the storage is managed automatically, and saved cookies are automatically sent in subsequent requests. The objective of this challenge is to execute a GET request to the resource token, which will attempt to install a session cookie. Once obtained, it will be possible to access this endpoint to get the flag. Okay, well, let's try accessing this. Accessing the token endpoint with the curl command. So we'll just curl. So set cookie token equals this. So if we've got the token now, we can access the flag endpoint with the cookie that we were given. So -b, paste in the token. This should get our flag. This does give us the flag. Okay, that's great. All right, let's talk about it. Okay, so the URL for the challenge is here. Let me grab that. Concept is receiving a cookie from one endpoint, supplying that cookie to another endpoint. Okay, method of solve. So the code that deploys the app is this. Okay, let's grab that Python code. Okay, so according to the code, the /token endpoint so where's the /token endpoint? So approot /token, it runs this function here. So token equals some random string with SQLite 3.connect challenge.db as db, db.execute insert into tokens value. So it basically grabs a valid token value from the database, and it returns the token set cookie token. So it basically sets a cookie for you with the token value, with the token name as whatever value was created over there. So the token endpoint assigns a cookie token to us with a random string name. At the flag endpoint, let's take a look at the flag endpoint. So the flag endpoint try token equals request.cookies token, and it basically checks to see if the token that you supply is a valid cookie that's in the database, the challenge.db, the database here. And if you've got a bad cookie, then it doesn't give you anything. Otherwise, it gives you the flag. Okay? It checks whether you have a valid cookie or not. And if you do, it returns the flag. Okay, I think the following curl commands will complete the challenge. What are those commands? Let's get that. So the first one is to get the token. Note the cookie. Token and supply that cookie and its value to the next request. Okay. This command right here. Okay, that's done. Okay, and let's move on to the next challenge. Oh, we didn't even get the flag. Let me get the flag. To what? To something access? To flags access? Can't read that very well. Okay, the flag, it is here, done. Okay, the head method. So this is some real web application 101 stuff. So we're talking about different HTTP methods, and let's talk about it in just a sec. If anybody's wondering, this is the challenge. Okay, let's create the walkthrough. Il metodo head. Alright, I guess the word method in Italian is metodo. Great. Okay, URL for the challenge, concept. Okay, so the challenge is here. The concept is HTTP methods, specifically the HTTP head method. Let's take a look at the challenge here. So it looks like we need to access this website here, and we need to use the head method. That's my guess as to what's actually going on. Okay, we also have the code from the challenge. Just to be complete, we'll read the code and we'll include it with the write-up. Okay, so this script deploys the application. Response equals response unauthorized MIME type text plain status HTTP status unauthorized if request.headers.get x method equals head response.headers x flag environment flag. So x method equals head. So I mean we're not talking does this mean we send the head request, or does this mean we send an X method header? So I mean we can solve this. We can find out very easily. So we're just gonna curl this with the head method. X flag flag. Okay. So we were supposed to send the head method, and it gives us a response as a header X flag. Okay, awesome. All right, that's done. All right, let me copy this. Okay, so the method of solve. This is the code that deploys the app. Response unauthorized, HTTP status unauthorized, if request.headers.get x method equals head. So did we send x flag equals flag, x method equals head? All right, so when we sent that request with the head, we didn't necessarily send a x method header. But can we just send the X method header? Let's try that out. So we'll just send a custom header X method. It's looking for X method equals head. So that's not, I guess that's not how you do it. You actually have to send that the head method. Like this. Okay. So according to the code, if we send a head request to the server instead of the usual GET request, then there will be an additional response header sent back. The extra response header will contain the flag. Okay, I think that's it. Oh, okay, we also need to include the curl command. This curl command will solve the challenge. Okay. All right, so let's see if there's, oh, I forgot to copy the flag. Here's the flag. How much time do we have left? We have about 28 minutes. We might be switching up gears to solve some different stuff. Because even though it is fun to go over the basics over here, I do enjoy hacking some other stuff. Let's do a regular old Linux hacking challenge to finish off the evening. Okay, let's take a look at something like Docker Labs. We'll do an easy challenge over here. Well, not too easy. Let's see. Have we done all these? We might have finished all these. Let's try a medium level challenge then. Okay, how about some brute shock? Brute shock sounds like a fun challenge. We might have to do some shell shock. Okay, so we're downloading the CTF environment now. There's just way too much stuff in here. Let me get rid of some of this. So these text files, these Python files. Okay, that's much better. Okay, so we're going to move into downloads directory, and let's unzip the CTF box. We're going to be hacking now. So brute shock. No, this is auto deploy. Okay, so we're deploying. Man, we're covering all of the European languages today. So we're doing Spanish right now. Hello, Lemon Life. Nice to see you here. we did German stuff at the beginning, and then we moved over to Italian stuff, and now we're doing Spanish stuff. So it's, well, I mean, I'm pretty sure we did some English stuff in the middle there, but yeah. Okay, so nmap port scanning. Let's nmap this environment. Okay, so it looks like there's only one port open on here, so port 80. It's pretty normal. Okay, I think we need to play some different music. Just a second, everybody. Ah, good old FTL. Okay. So yeah, so we got a web page here. It's Apache HTTP 2.4.62. I don't think this is a vulnerable version of the Apache server. Site doesn't have a title. Well, I mean, I guess what we need to do is we just need to navigate to the website. There's nothing here. It is absolutely nothing. Huh. Okay, is this index.php or... So index.html and index.php are different. So index.html is, well, there's nothing here. Index.php is this page. So it says access restricted or something. So username and password, test. Okay, so incorrect credentials. Huh. So there's no HTML in here. There's no HTML on this page. Everything is PHP. That's interesting. Okay, incorrect credentials, okay. So I think this is... We should probably do some web app enumeration here. We'll just try doing some... We'll do some derb first. Index.php is valid. And... let's try some Nikto. Anti-clickjacking header found. X content type options header is not set. So this is not a very good result either. Let's go ahead and run some GoBuster. So GoBuster is going to be a legitimate directory busting attack. Index.php status 403. This probably redirects us to another page. Well, no, that's not a redirection. Why is it unauthorized? Sozo, hello, nice to see you here. What's up, Shy Hat? What are you working on? So we were previously working on some web app challenges over at OLIcyber, but we solved a bunch of them, and I wanted to finish off the stream by doing something else. So we're doing some Docker Lab stuff. So we're doing Brute Shock. So Brute Shock is the name of the box, and this is the website. So I wonder what page we're looking at right now. I mean, it says it's index.php. Admin. Admin password. I mean, we could do some brute force attacks. If we don't find another endpoint, there's nothing we can do but brute force attacks. Whoops. So we only have his server status. So what's the difference between 403? 403 is unauthorized, right? 404 is not found. I'm pretty sure there's no robots.txt. Yeah, they would have told us about that. So, one possibility is that we could try brute forcing this login. We don't know anything about the box except that it's called brute shock. So brute shock implies that the system is vulnerable to shell shock. So shell shock is, well, it was a very, very popular attack like 5 years ago. They discovered it. They discovered pretty recently. It's basically a type of RCE attack that you can run on vulnerable Linux systems. So index.php. Yeah. Okay, so the next step we would take is doing a brute force login attack. I guess we could do this with Burp Suite, with a combination of Burp Suite and FFUF. We just need to start up Burp Suite. Grab this page and record this in the Burp Suite browser. Okay, and then proxy, proxy open browser. Record this. Denied. Denied, you don't have authorization to view this page. How about if we go to index.php? Okay, so admin test. Incorrect. Okay, but we've got it recorded in the HTTP history now. And we can use this as part of a brute force attack. Okay, let's copy to file. We'll call this request.txt. Now we can try to do the brute force attack from here. So we move into our brute forcing tab. Now, how do you use FFU with the request file? Just a second. Okay, so I should have this in my notes. Just a second, everybody. Oh, here it is. Okay. Okay, so request.txt, and then we're going to have a word list. The word list is going to be, before we run the brute force attack, we need to modify the request file a bit. Okay, we just need to modify this so that the password is equal to fuzz, because that's how the FFUF program knows where we want to fuzz the endpoint. Okay, save that out, and then do the brute forcing attack. We're going to use a very standard list of passwords to brute force. Maybe we should be doing, okay, so user share word lists rocku.txt. It's a bunch of very common passwords, 14 million of them, in fact. Okay, so all of these are status 200, size 1902, so I think we can filter on that. We're going to filter on that size. And we'll see if we get any results. Oh, we managed to log in. Awesome. Okay, we found a valid credential match. So admin and Christelle. Let's go back. Admin, Christelle. Session initiated correctly. Okay, so what is this? Sign in with your Google account. What? What is the name of this endpoint? Ultra secret something? What is this in Spanish? Ultra secret tests. Top secret tests. Okay, well, what's going on in this endpoint? So I mean, it looks like you need to log in with your Google account. I don't think that is the case. We got more options. I mean, this all leads to the same place. We should take a look at the source code. User agent something. Okay. Let's do some more translation. User agent stored in the log. Okay, so it looks like we might have to do some log poisoning. So user agent stored in the log. Okay, well, what do we do from here? Let's run an ad. We will put on some birds. Okay, everybody, we're going to be taking a little water break. We'll be back in about 60 seconds. Okay, let's put the birds away and let's get back to the hacking. So we managed to brute force into this application, but we need to take a look at exactly what's going on here. Function redirect captive portal index.php, window location captive portal index.php. We've got a post.php, And yeah, we've got some images. Okay, so first of all, captive portal index.php. Let's check this out. Okay, that's not the path. Looks like the path has to be here. Not found on the server. That's interesting. It says here window location / captive portal index.php. Then why doesn't this work? Okay, and what happens if we just type in random stuff here? This takes us to post.php. So post.php, I suspect that this is vulnerable to local file inclusion. And this is how I'm going to test for it. Okay, we're going to do ffuf again, and this is what we're going to do. So it's the posts. Oh, you know what? They're not going to... We need to supply our cookies with this. Otherwise, this isn't going to work. If we just try to curl to this endpoint, it's going to tell us that we're unauthorized. Whoa, what? Hold on. You don't require cookies for this? Portal2fa index dot. What is this? Portal2fa? That's really suspicious looking. Hold on. Okay, well, I mean, this doesn't exist on the server. The IP, yeah, the IP does seem to be different. Let me see what this is like here. So this was the post something something. Was it this one? Yeah, this. So if I just navigate to this endpoint here, this does show up as an HTTP tag, which is weird. But you know what? I'm not testing for that. What I really want to test for is for local file inclusion. So fuzz equals ... a bunch of times, and then etc. password. We'll run ffuf. with the word list equal to the common burp suite ones. Locate seclist grep parameter here. Okay, and okay, so we need to filter on size 88. Didn't find anything for local file inclusion. So status 200, size 88. These all come back the same. You can also filter on words, 5 words. Same thing. And Freeren, hello, nice to see you here. Welcome to the stream. Have a hack the planet.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get it.
Okay, so there's this PHP page that we tested. Accounts accounts google.com sign in. That's weird. Password Google. Enter your password. Document on function. Document on load function. Post is going to go to post.php. Function redirect. Window location captive portal index.php. Set timeout function. This page doesn't exist though. You know what? Maybe we should scan inside of this directory. Let's just try seeing if we can access this without a cookie. So yeah, we can access this without a cookie. That means we should probably try searching inside. Using directory busting. Okay, so here's our directory busting, go buster. Okay, we got assets, we have index.php, we got post.php. So this page is sorry, I need to get the URL again. This. There's also a helper.php. That's interesting. Post.php, index.php. This is probably index.php. Yeah, so this is index.php. This is post.php. And there's also a helper.php. So in helper.php, there's nothing here. So this is another candidate we could try for local file inclusion. This is good. So instead of post.php, we're going to check this out on helper.php. Okay, so everything's coming back size 0. So we're just going to look for something that's not size 0. Nothing comes back that is not size 0. All right, let's go on for another 40 minutes or so. Hopefully we can make some progress in 40 minutes. If not, then, well, we tried our best. Okay, so there's helper.php. These are all GET requests. We're almost done. So post.php. I guess we could just try sending it to index.php as well for the brute forcing attack. Okay, index. Okay, let's filter on the size, 1873. This is going slower than normal. // etc. password. I don't think we're going to find anything. Okay, I didn't find anything. What about any other endpoints? We didn't find any other endpoints. So this redirects to post.php after you log in, supposedly. If we just go to this page, let's try recording this in Burp Suite. Okay, Burp Suite browser. Okay, this is it. Admin and what was it, Christelle? Okay, let's go back to Burp Suite and see what happened there. So we made our post request to index.php. We included the correct username password. So it was a 200 OK, but it redirected us to the secret test endpoint. At the secret, so this is a redirection from ultra secret test, and then it redirects us to wait, isn't this the same? /puribus ultra secretus puribus ultra secret. It's the same. But it does redirect us to this endpoint. I guess the only difference is that one has a slash and one doesn't have a slash. So captive portal index.php, this doesn't exist. I mean, we could, I'd like to check this out one more time. Okay. So first of all, we'll just try the endpoint by itself. This doesn't exist. Maybe captive portal does exist, but the index.php doesn't exist. Okay, captive portal doesn't exist. How about inside of the super secret directory? Where is it? What is the name of that endpoint again? Prebus. Okay, this one over here. What about this captive portal thing? Doesn't exist. How about... that doesn't exist either. I mean, there's not very much here. Post action, post.php. MAC value, IP value. More options. Okay, so what are some other... You know, we haven't taken a look inside the assets directory. Usually there isn't very much to look at, but let's redirects us to Prebus Ultra Secret Assets. Okay, let's take a look just for fun. We got CSS and we got images. Nothing super out of the ordinary here. What are these? Okay, so this Google, more Google stuff, and then some buttons. Yeah, this doesn't help us. Eugenie says, hi, are we stepping up our game like solving HTTP hard machines instead of the same repetitive CTFs? So Eugenie, I do beginners content over here. If you're looking for like super advanced stuff, this is probably not the channel you're looking for. We did do a bunch of JWT stuff. So let's see, what were we doing today? Portswigger. We're doing this stuff today. When are we stepping up our game like solving hack the box hard machines? We don't generally solve hack the box machines over here, because most hack the box machines aren't free, and we specialize in free content. But Eugenie, welcome to the stream. Let's give you a fun video redeem. How about some Nyan Cat? So Eugenie, tell us what are you studying these days? Are you a cybersecurity student? Are you a cybersecurity professional? Let us know. Let us know, because I'm all about helping people out. Okay, there's only port 80 open on the box. So from the name of the box, let's see. Eugenie says JWT is easy, can be used using JWT editor or JWT tool. There's some free challenges on Hack the Box which are free. We can do that. So Eugenie, you seem to really like Hack the Box. Do you use other platforms? I like I said, I tend to stay away from Hack the Box because there's not very much free stuff over there, and the free stuff that is over there, it's not evergreen. It gets shifted around. What I want to do is I want to cover challenges that everybody can access for free and don't get and will always be free. There's actually not too much that qualifies, but let me know. Okay, so yeah, so we're talking about JWT attacks. We're trying to figure out how exactly we need to break in here. We think that this is going to be some sort of local file inclusion attack. We've been testing out some of these PHP pages, because PHP pages are pretty good targets for local file inclusion, but we didn't manage to find any URL parameters. Well, I mean, if we don't make any progress in the next little while, we could go back to the web challenges. Okay, so Docker Labs, this is Brute Shock. Eugenie says, I don't like Hack the Box. I want to do it because the solutions there are not straightforward. There are some Portswigger expert labs as well, but not much. Okay, well, what is your specialty? Do you do network stuff? Do you do Windows? Well, I mean, what do you feel most comfortable doing? Are you a person who does a lot of web app challenges? Or are you a person who does a lot of Windows Active Directory stuff? Or binary? Okay, web stuff. Awesome. Yeah, I mean, I like doing web stuff as well. But what we usually do is we usually stick to stuff that's on the easier side. I'm also trying to learn about more advanced web attacks. We recently came across this platform over here. It's an Italian web app security platform. And it's pretty good. It's got some pretty good challenges. So you might want to try this. Well, I mean, it's probably a new platform for you, and there's a lot of web app security stuff here as well. I mean, this is what I recommend if you've been doing a lot of web stuff. So okay. So we're doing this. The site's called. I mean the machine is called Brute Shock. So I'm thinking that it's a mixture of brute force and shell shock. We go to the description. It says, well, there's no description for the challenge. But I guess I'm getting stuck here because we haven't found anything else to enumerate. We got all these PHP pages. We tried testing them for local file inclusion, didn't work. I wonder if there's a better list of URL parameters. So sec lists, usually I look for stuff at sec lists, but there's actually not very much for parameters. BERT parameters, top names, URL parameters for top 55 most popular apps. Maybe we could use a different word list. Okay. So this one is for the index. This is our index. we'll filter on 1873. So this is a very short list. So that's index. Next one is helper. The last one is the post one. Okay, so let's hop on back over to the web app challenges, and we'll do some more difficult web app challenges. Okay, let's go over back to the OLIcyber's website. Okay, so we've got web app security stuff. We'll move from the easy challenges over here, and we'll do the ones for the Italian Olympiad of cybersecurity. So web security, we got some robot stuff. Let's try... Let's try Cookie Monster Army. Okay, let's create the challenge. We'll do our write-up. So, I mean, I'm pretty sure we're dealing with cookies here, but could be wrong. Okay, let's grab the URL. So I'm guessing it's we're talking about cookies. But let's translate the challenge description. So we don't get very much. We don't get very much as far as hints are concerned for this one, so it's just a static website. And Eugenie, if you're still here, why don't you give this one a try? It might be super easy. Who knows? But let's translate. Okay, the cookie monster is no stranger to this world, but to conquer it, you need to know everything possible. So this is also your printed request. Printed request? Oh, sorry. Italian. Enlist in this endeavor. The cookie monster is tired in this bitter world, but to conquer it, you need all the help you can get. Okay, so we're talking about cookies. Let's take a look at the challenge. Here's the website. Whoops. I didn't copy the website. Okay, we got some... Gotta do a lot of translation here. The Cookie Monster army conquered the world, join us, we have cookies. Okay, good. So there's nothing... Oh, there's also a forgot password, but that doesn't do anything. So log in, and this one is register, I think? Remind password. Okay. So that's forgot password. So is this a registration? No. Login. Forgot password. Test. Okay, what about, so invalid credentials. Okay, username and password must be 8 characters. That's what I'm guessing this means. So we can register. Yeah, username and password must be at least 8 characters long. So the second button is for registering a user. So test user, test pass. Okay, and I guess this means we've registered. User already enrolled. What? Let's test the application. Can we log in? Test user, test pass. Invalid credentials. Okay, let's try. So we're not actually given a cookie at this point, right? Web developer tools. There's no cookie here. Okay, so let's go with the Shy Hat. So I'm the Shy Hat. My password is the Shy Hat. Register. Okay, so it looks like I registered correctly. You're officially enlisted. Okay, so we can log in. JVNR, hello, nice to see you here. Okay, so the Shy Hat. The Shy Hat. Okay, log in. Now we're logged in. So if we're logged in now, we can see we probably get a cookie. Let's check it out. Okay, so we get a cookie. Is this... This is probably base64 encoded. Okay. So the reason why I think this is base64 encoded is because there's %3D here, and %3D is the equal signs. Okay, well, we got a date, and then we got a number, and then we got a username. So can we replace this username with admin? So let's try everything but the username. And we'll base64 encode it. We'll just put admin on here. Actually, we need to... I should probably double check. I'll double check in the application to see whether or not the admin user has been... Well, is the correct user we need to target here. So we'll go back. We'll try to... Huh. It's probably not admin because the username has to be at least 8 characters. Does this mean user already enrolled? So maybe it is admin. Okay, so this, if all we need to do is supply the name of the user, then this cookie should get us in. Eugenie, that's awesome. Okay, let's see if this is all we need to do, or if it's more complicated. Okay, yeah, that's it. So all we need to do was include the thing in the base64 output. Awesome. Let's do our write-up. So the application lets us register a user. After logging in, 24 hours? No, we're not going on for 24 hours. We're probably going on for another 15 minutes or so. 15 minutes. Neems, hello, nice to see you here. Welcome to the stream. With our credentials, you see that we receive a cookie. So the cookie is base64 encoded. We can create our own cookie to get access as the admin. Okay, and then we'll supply command we used here. Okay, let's do another one. What should we do next? Okay, that's Cookie Monster Army. Oh, I forgot to supply the flag. Just a second, I need to grab that flag again. Oh, I forgot to grab the flag. Okay, done. All right, so let's see. I forgot. Don't worry, take the flag from chat. Let's see. So I forgot. Just a reminder. So I forgot. Not too many. Let's choose something with not. How about Make a Wish? We'll do this one. Oh no. Oh no. Okay. Well, you know, we'll try this one. If it's too difficult, we'll figure it out pretty quick. And this is the website. And I'll supply the code. We got some code here as well. Let me put that in a paste bin. Then I'll supply it to everybody in chat. Am I human? Okay, so this is the paste bin. If you want to take a look at the code that's being used for the website here. Anyways, we need to do a little write-up. So we're gonna set up the write-up right now. So it's called Make a Wish. Okay, make a new file. This one is called makeawish.md. Okay, so URL concept and method of solve. Okay, so I don't know exactly what's going on here. Let's take a look at the challenge. So I have a black list of something. What does the description say? I've created the perfect black list. No one would be able to bypass it. I used a regex that filters literally everything. Neems asks, what made you want to be a cyber teacher? Well, I mean, I used to teach English in Asia. I taught English in Asia for about 5 years, and I really enjoyed it. I enjoyed teaching. I mean, one of the things about cybersecurity is I enjoy teaching as much as I enjoy learning it. So I really like learning and then teaching the stuff that I learned. It's all about Oh, wow. Eugenie got it pretty fast. Okay, so no one will be able to bypass it. I used a regex that filters literally everything. I'm sure my code is perfect. Check it out. So, I mean, the problem here is that we're dealing with PHP code, and sometimes PHP code can be really screwy. Let me copy this. I'll include it in the write-up. So the concept here is PHP and regex. PHP regular expressions. Okay, so the code for the blacklist is here. Okay, we got some PHP. And let's actually go to the website because we haven't visited the website yet. Make a wish. Okay, so make a wish. Well, I mean, what does the code do? So if set get richiesta, if preg match something, or else echo the flag. Okay, so richiesta, I guess this is what we need to supply to the application. Where is it? Okay, so this doesn't go in. Edwin said, are all these notes which you're writing in GitHub available for free? Yeah, they're all free. Let's translate from Italian to English. Yeah, if you want to see the stuff that I'm writing, it's all going to be on the HackerFrogs GitHub. Here you go. So just go to the walkthrough section. All the stuff. This is all stuff that we should be doing. We should be documenting everything that we're doing. Flag Trovami, what? Anyways, let's take a look. So make a wish, make your request. No, try something else. Okay, so the code here says if preg match otherwise Neems asks, do you have web stuff? I mean, what kind of web stuff are you looking for? I mean, I've got a lot of educational resources as well. If you're looking for web education stuff, here it is. Where is it? Web app hacking. There you go. Okay, so what we need to do is we need to understand the PHP code that's being used. I'm not super hot on PHP, LFI and stuff like that. I mean, the easiest thing to do if you want to learn about local file inclusion is to go to Portswigger. Portswigger has a lot of stuff on LFI. So just go over to, hold on. Okay, let's just ask the AI here, how do we work around the regex in this PHP code? Have you ever used Pentester Lab? Yeah, I have used Pentester Lab before. I don't use too much stuff from it. What we're looking for, Portswigger. So if you really want to get good at web stuff, most of the time all you need to do is do some of the labs from Portswigger Academy. So the Web Security Academy, and let's see, for LFI would probably be called file inclusion. Or inclusion, or is it just called inclusion? What are they? They had a special name for this. I don't remember. Path traversal. That's what it's called. Okay, so this is a pretty good start. Okay, let's get back. So looking at the PHP code, there's actually a logic error that makes it impossible to get the flag under normal circumstances. So this matches everything. It's a wildcard pattern that matches any string. So there are potential workarounds. So null byte injection if working on older PHP systems. So we just need to add the null byte, and that will bypass it. So null byte. Okay, so that didn't work. Okay, array injection. Oh, okay. So this is what is this called again? PHP type juggling. So instead of giving a string, we give an array. So in this case, we make the array. Wait. Why did it bring us away from here? Okay. OreoByte, hello, nice to see you here. Hello world, hello OreoByte. How are you doing? We're just doing some There we go. Okay, so we managed to bypass the regex by doing type juggling. Doing okay? Yeah, OreoByte, how are you doing, man? Let's do some more collaborations. Let's see. Maybe not this week, but next week. Let me know on Discord. So we got our flag, regex bypass, something. Okay, so this is actually talking about PHP type juggling. So this isn't about regular expressions, it's about type juggling. Need weak works just when? Okay. Sure. Okay, so PHP type juggling, method to solve. The code for the thing is here. Next week works. Probably the end of the week is better because I cover my Windows stuff on Friday usually. So if you want to do Windows stuff, did you finish the Sliver Labs on HackSmarter? Okay, so the PHP code is airtight, and we can't we can't return anything because the regex will match everything we send to it, or everything we send to the app. What we can do is use PHP type juggling to match, to compare strings against arrays. And in earlier versions of PHP, this always returned true. The string we're looking for is this. Okay, let me grab this. Type juggling, everybody. Okay. I did the Sliver Labs Windows and Linux implant rooms very short, and then the pivot room after battling Sliver and proxy chains because the default apt install of Sliver is broken with WireGuard listeners, so no SOX proxy over WireGuard for you. Sorry to hear that, but I guess you managed to get it working after a while, so that's a good thing. Okay, commit to the bed. Copy, paste in the thing, done. Okay. All right, so I think what we're gonna do is we're gonna close out the stream pretty soon. Let's see who's streaming right now. So infosecstreams.com. BlazeBits is streaming right now, so we might be raiding into them. Let's take a look and see if they're doing any hacking stuff. So let's see. What are we going to be doing on Friday? So we're going to be hacking out on Friday. We're going to be doing some hacker history. We're going to be talking about the story of Kevin Mitnick, the world's most wanted hacker. So this is well, it's a new segment that I want to do. I want to talk more about hacker culture and hacker celebrities, I guess. I don't know why or when, but when using nmap over proxy chains, you have to use sudo, or it won't work, as well as sudo nmap. Yeah, I mean, I don't use proxy chains very often. I'm pretty sure the last time I used proxy chains was like 2 years ago. Most of the time when I want to pivot, I'm using tools like Ligolo NG. But yeah, I should probably learn how to use proxy chains as well. Okay, we're gonna be. Oh, we're not doing Linux OS operations. We're gonna be doing Python. We're gonna be starting our unit on Python. So Python basics, and then wait, what date is that? This is out of date. So building magic shouldn't be here, but we are going to be doing some software hacking stuff. But yeah, look forward to that. That's going to be on Friday, and yeah. M2Mix says, hello, I have a big problem. I want to parse some websites' DNS history, but the owner included CAPTCHA whenever possible. You want to do mid Windows from HackSmarter. I don't know if I can unlock those challenges, but let me give it a try right now. So let's go to HackSmarter. Let me see if I can unlock that challenge. If I can, then I can say yes. Okay, so let's see. Share the pane medium, and I think there was a pivot. You already did the pivot challenge. Okay, let me see if I can enroll. Yeah, okay. So we can certainly try. I'm pretty sure I'm going to get left behind when we do this challenge like we did last time. But I'll try my best to keep up. Anyways, yeah, we can do the Windows challenge next Friday. So that's not going to be this Friday, but next Friday. Okay, so everybody, let's take a look at what BlazeBits is up to. So Hack the Planet security news Q&A, awesome, awesome. All right, so everybody, let's start the raid. Everybody, thank you very much for coming to today's stream. I hope we all learned something. That would be. Oh, sorry. MTMX is a big problem. Parse the website, but there's a CAPTCHA. I don't know if I can. I don't know if I can help you with that, because I don't. I've never really dealt too much with CAPTCHAs in the past. But hope you come by the next stream, and everybody have a great rest of the week. We'll see you on Friday. Everybody, when you arrive on BlazeBits' channel, if you could give this message, OSFrog, hip hop, hack, OSFrog, I'd really appreciate it. Okay, everybody, rating in 3, 2, 1, let's go.